Ready. Okay. Let's get the bowl loaded up. No mass, fun stuff. All that fun stuff. There we go. There we go. Damn, nice. Some of the stuff that my coworker gave me for matching him up with bowler today. We're gonna paying out my coworker for go chunking today. It's a better way to blow, huh? Well, actually, yeah, a little bit. It'd be windy as fuck, like, for a good chunk of today. It then, like, not even, like, 30 minutes to an hour ago, like, it just went dead for the wind. So, I realized I kind of forgot some ramen when I did some grocery shopping, so give my dog a little walk a little bit, grab some of those, and then, just kind of walking around a little bit, just kind of took a little extra long walk because I was listening to the Grease Trap, or Slop Seconds, whatever they want to call that show at this point. And then, from there, I was just like, just kind of walk around the neighborhood, and there were just branches just everywhere. From just like all day fucking just being windy as shit. Wind keeps fighting me out on my walk and keep winning. Oh shit, it's like windy as fuck over there too. Damn. Yeah, a lot of the wind's kind of stopped now at this point, but I'm sure it's going to pick up again and all that fun stuff. So, I guess, a good chunk of the U.S., it's just getting hit with just, like, intense winds. Dog walks too? Oh, yeah, I had to walk my dog. I mean, I don't do them too often just because, of my work and shit, but usually, obviously I'll take them on walks when I'm taking them, to the karaoke bar and shit. And then, and Like when I'm just like, on my days off, I'll usually walk around when I'm like going grocery shopping and stuff like that. So, in between all that, I just kind of like extended out, just like walking them around instead of just like beeline into the store and shit like that. This old third almost like took a piss in the store too. Like I stopped him, but like we're walking by like a case of sodas, and then he sniffed, and then he started to hike that leg up, and I'm like, nope, and I jerked his harness, and he just kind of kept walking with me. I was like, you bastard, dude. Paul should get messenger owls or something for his RV. Oh, for his like RV thing. Yeah, we're kind of listening a little bit from last time when Paul was talking on his ideology, and he's really kind of thinking about it. Honestly, I really want to do it. I've always wanted to do something like that myself. Just because, I mean, it's, like, it'd be really cool, to just, like, have my home base, so to speak. But if I just want to go out and just, like, travel the U.S., like, I guess I have, like, a slightly different idea of what I do in comparison to, like, what Paul would be doing. But nonetheless, it'd be kind of the same idea. Take like a month off and just like kind of visit, different parts of the country and kind of settle there for a little bit and just kind of check out, just kind of check out the sites, see what's up, all that shit. It should be a pirate RV. You should deck it out like a pirate ship. I mean, I kind of like his little idea about like having the American Eagle on the back of the RV, like the one he was kind of mentioning a little bit. Just because, I mean, it would be an easy way, like when especially traveling through the countryside of America, to have, like, people not really fuck with you. So, I mean, at least, for me, it's like something that I wouldn't really, like, that. I mean, I would too. You can actually get away with both, and, honestly. I mean, because you could just tie it to, like, I'm that rebellious American individualist, rugged son of a bitch, or some shit like that. You could just kind of, like, couch as that. I mean, you could actually do both. Especially if a tricorn, because some people might just say, oh, you're like a Minuteman or something. A rebellious, revolutionary Minuteman looking dude. It could flex some shit like that out. I mean, because I have my tricorn, I mean, people have ironically thought that. I'm like, no, I mean, technically, yes, but it's just more, but I use it more as like a pirate hat. But it's meant to be kind of like a tactical tricorn, like, like a Revolutionary War kind of theme. At least, from where I got it from. It was like a shop called, like, Poppin's Tactical or something like that. The only issue is if he runs into some bullshit and a cop has his vehicle impounded. Yeah, well, the thing is, I mean, if it's all legal and everything, which it would, I don't see what the problem would be. I would figure it'd be alright. I mean, especially if he's cutting through, like, illegal weed states, he would just, like, stay at a spot where he could just chief all that out and, just re-up when he leaves the illegal state. So, I mean, because they can't really get you for the actual smoking paraphernalia. I guess they can technically be like, oh, it's a crack pipe or something, but these, legally can be sold as tobacco pipes. And they would be called that. So you would have to specifically, be careful with the verbiage, but as long as you called it a tobacco pipe and emphasize that, you know what, even had like a bag of tobacco just to, emphasize it. Just like, yeah, here's my bag of tobacco that I have. Like, just got it earlier today because I ran out, so I was about to open it up, like, until you stopped me, because I was about to go to the rest stop down the road or some shit. It's like, I mean, could easily, just like couch it off as something like that. And they would have to take your word for it if there's literally no other evidence of potential, like, paraphernalia of the sense of weed or anything like that. I mean, then it would, by all intents and purposes, legally be a tobacco pipe. Because it is. You can smoke tobacco out of them, obviously. About halfway through the first Oz book is surprisingly more violent than you think. Did you know Tin Man was originally a real person? All of his limbs got cut off by enchanted axes and they were replaced by a craftsman with a tin. With tin? So he's like an augmented, like, cyborg human. What? When did the Origins of the Oz story, like, when did the, like, Wizard of Oz story originate? Like, what year? Because that's, like, you know, proto, like, cyborg shit. Like, whoa, dude. Dude, like, the Wizard of Oz, like, technically had, like, the first, like, proto, like, cyborg fucking kind of, like, transhumanist augmentation shit going on. I mean, I guess not in a positive light, but, I mean, hey. I was freaking. Honestly, because of this fucking weather, I was just like, you know, because I was like, you know, hitting Tyler about it, and I was just like, hey, you know, it's like, are they, you know, because I was asking if they were chill pups, and he's like, yeah, they are, and I was like, all right, and I'll see about it, and I went outside, and it was just like, it's cold, this is windy as fuck, you know, I was like, I wasn't really looking to go too far away, so I was like, you know, maybe another time at least, when the weather is a little better, because it was just like, what the fuck? And then, of course, like, literally not even like an hour late, you know, like an hour ago, now it's just all, just not windy as shit. And it's just like, what? Man, it's actually been kind of like that off and on. Like, it'll be like windy as fuck, and then it'll be like dead for an hour or two, and then it'll be windy as fuck again. And now it's like about dead for at least an hour, maybe two, and then it's probably going to get windy as fuck again. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? Sounds like the name more next to call a bar. But, Firkin? You know, it is a kind of an interesting name. I definitely want to at least check it out, though. Wasn't even wind killing me earlier. It was raining a cold-ass rain hella hard. Yeah, that was also a part of it, too. Like, I mean, at least when I went outside, it you know, it was raining, but not, like, hard. But, you know, I was just like, man, if this is going to be how the entire night is, like, because I didn't know it was going to be dead as fuck now, you know, and it's actually kind of, like, partially cloudy at this point. So I'm just like, well, what the fuck? I mean, because I didn't know if it was going to stay like that all night or not. So I was like, if it's going to be like this the entire night, I mean, I am going to get soaked eventually, you know, even with this, you know, leather jacket I got. So it's like, I was like, I'll wait for weather to be better. Because honestly, like, the idea of a comedy night at a bar, you know, sounds kind of cool. So, you know, it'd be a little, you know, something new, I'm down to try, but just when weather's not so fucked. Like, I mean, if it was just windy and cloudy, then it would probably have been like, all right, fuck it. But it was just like the rain and just it, you know, being like a cold rain too. Now that's like partly cloudy and not like windy as all. It's actually kind of not really that cold now. So Oregon's really not knowing how to feel about stuff when it comes to the weather tonight. He was really unsure how to feel about itself when it comes to that. I have comedy night out the Hive Dive. Next Monday we can do it. I think Tyler has us off that night. Well, that's my Friday at work, so I would be getting off probably like at 9 to 10, maybe. Where's the Hive Dive? Do I know where that is? I think I might have been there like once. Sounds familiar. I know you guys talked about it before, but that's not why it sounds familiar. I think I might have been there like one time with you guys. And if it was really once. Like, I mean, it does sound familiar to me. Kind of rings a bell. The way the Scarecrow described is really unsettling too. Picture this: his face is entirely painted and he can only move his eyes, but somehow talk to fairy tale magic, and I guess he doesn't sleep. That's kind of unsettling. Whoa. You could, yeah, you would probably miss it. It's across from the Hawthorne Asylum. Okay. Yeah, I probably would. But, you know, Tuesday, though. I mean, if there's, like, comedy nights on Tuesdays at Firkin, then we'll just go there. Because I assume the weather would at least have to be a little, different and better by that point. So whenever Dorothy sleeps, he's just standing there. He's just standing there. That is a little unsettling, I will admit. I don't think Tyler has next Tuesday off, so I'm not 100% though. Well, we'll plan it ahead. We'll figure it out. Casting for hell on that adaptation. Oh, with the movie adaptation. Yeah, I forgot like some of like the crazy shit that happened, but I know like the actress, like she went for like some crazy fucking shit. Like, and from my understanding, was even like if I remember, was like really heavily abused and shit. Yeah, while on set and stuff. You seen him explain totally mystery solved. Florida man dropped an overpowered gun and boom. Well, I mean, it's a meme, but I don't. But that was like a dude in his bathroom, like at his house. Like, I mean, I don't think that was at the Dunkin'. Like, I'm pretty sure the thing you sent me off. Like, I get the joke though. But I mean, honestly, for a minute there, I honestly thought that's what it was. But I was kind of looking at him like, wait a minute, wait, hold on. Sounds realistic. I mean, honestly, knowing that it is Florida, I mean, you know what? I mean, considering that you did, like, mention that, I mean, yeah, I honestly think that could be a possibility. Like, his gun was in, like, his pocket and it fell out of the pocket and, and that caused the hammer to strike the fucking pin and discharge a round in the chamber. Always has the big-ass guns. Well, the thing is, the gun that was... Weirdly enough, the gun is actually specifically mentioned in the meme you sent me. Like, here, I forgot what it was called. I think it was like, what, the P something? Yeah, here, hold on. Yeah, the P36, the P365. Yeah, that's a small little pistol. Like, that's a compact pistol. Like, I'm pretty sure that's either like a 9mm, a 22, or a 38. One of those calibers. It's not a big caliber. And considering the hole in the toilet and shit, that seems about accurate. I mean, it's... Like, I will say this much. Like, I mean, for the pistol itself, I mean, it's not a big gun. It's meant to be like a compact, concealed, type of pistol. Or like a home defense type of pistol. Yeah, not, like a huge thing. Though, I mean... like, it is Florida after all. I mean, I'm sure, the dude probably has, like, some big-ass fucking guns as well. He just keeps that one as, like, his own little personal beef or something. Which, I mean, I don't really get the hyper-homosexual type of motherfuckers, honestly, though, because, I mean, they just... are just way too overkill and way too insecure when it comes to their obsession about guns and shit. And that's coming from a dude that owns a few and likes them myself. Like, I like me some pew-pews, but geez, like, there are some motherfuckers that have just like a genuine weird obsession about them. I mean, I mean, it really is weird to me. Because, like, I mean, I can have them just hanging out over there in the gun locker, and I haven't touched them in months. Like, I mean, and not think about them. Outside of maybe, like, contextually, or something like that, when I, talking about, like, a topic like right now. And beyond that, like, I'm just, like, thinking about it, like, on a daily basis. I mean, to be fair, the last time, I was messing with him was about, like, a week ago. But that's just because I just, wanted to, kind of see if it needed to be cleaned or anything like that. Because it's, I don't, because it might get a little dusty or something. I want to make sure it's at least a little clean. Keep it maintained. oiled up and stuff. You got to make sure you maintain your equipment. I mean, it's like you maintain your tools just like anything else. It's like maintaining a bike. You want to make sure every now and then, even if you're not using it, that shit's all good. But either way, it's just like such a weird obsession that some of these dudes have. Especially when they have like this incessant need to just like brag about it. Like, it's like one thing to like, casually talk about it or something. Like, it's like, hey, you got a couple guns, right? You want to go out like shooting sometime or something? It's like one thing to like, have a casual talk about it like that. Versus just like, oh yeah, hey, I just got a new gun the other day. You want to check it out? Like, look at me, flexing with it. Like, I spent like 12 hours with it after I got it. Or just like in that shit, it's like, chill. It's like, holy fuck. Like, some of these people just go way too overboard with it. Like, I mean, because I'll check out some of these, like, gun channels sometimes. I mean, and honestly, I haven't really as much just because, like, so much of, like, the memes around it or, like, the communities around them are just, are these motherfuckers. And they have, like, a weird obsession about abolishing the, ATF and NFA, and all this other shit. Which, it's like... I mean, the ATF, like, not for the reasons, they propose, but I can, see an argument to, like, split the ATF into, like, different orgs and shit. Like, because alcohol, tobacco, that could be just, DA shit or whatever the fuck. Then, like, the firearm explosive part could just be, like, like a specialized division of the FBI or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, I can see an argument for it being kind of, like, split into different agencies, but it's not because of their reason. They're just like, fuck you, get away from my goods. Like, that's the reason why they hate it. Like, I'm just thinking it would just probably be easier to just streamline them into other agencies, maybe. Just because, like, the alcohol tobacco part of the ATF is just basically worthless. It doesn't really do anything, as far as I'm aware, at least. So might as well just, like, morph that with, the agency that predominantly does deal with that, which I'm pretty sure is DA or the FBI, or both of them. It's like, either way, like, I can see an argument for that, but not because of just like, well, fuck you, get away with my goods. Like, that's not even the reason why. I still want that part of them there, just, incorporating them into, like, the FBI or something like that or some shit. I don't know. I could, like, because if if the FBI already, handles, like, doing background checks and shit like that, might as well just have, like, a specialized division of the FBI just handle shit like that. And just, like, make what concurrently is the ATF on that front, just that, I guess. I don't know. I mean, I can see an argument for that, at least. And the NFA, which is National Firearms Act, like, why? It's just like, what the fuck? I could see it maybe, like, like, have, like, a little amendment to it or something, but just the virtue of, like, it existing and being like, fuck this. It's like, what? Like, just absurd. It wasn't a Reagan that fucking pushed that shit. Like, I'm pretty sure it was Reagan who pushed the National Firearms Act, so it's like the one thing they're like, fuck Reagan on. Other than that, they worship the fucker, which is so weird. It's like the one thing they hate him on is the National Firearms Act, but, when it comes, like, because I'm pretty sure it was him that, passed that. National Firearms Act, FDR. Okay, it was FDR. Well, I know there's, like, some gun control regulation that Reagan passed or pushed, or something. Yeah, Reagan had a different gun. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he had some other gun bill. I mean, they say the same thing to him, like, because they're like, bullshit NFA, because fuck FDR, and fuck Reagan because of, I forgot exactly what, was it like for, was it for, what was it for specifically? Was it for, like, automatic firearms and, like, having, like, a, what was it for? The Mulford Act, apparently. The Mulford Act, okay. Yeah, I forgot exactly what that is specifically. I mean, and honestly, if I were to look at it, it'd probably be one of the rare few things that Reagan might be actually okay on. But I don't know exactly, with that one. I just know that their biggest ones are the NFA and the ATF. They don't really, hit that one as much. because again, they still worship Reagan's dick. So, I mean, there is a contingency of them that are like, fuck Reagan because of that, though. I mean, a lot of them at this point are just hardcore Trumpies anyway, so, I mean, most of them, were probably already prone for that anyway. But they were like that even before Trump was around. The welfare bill state law, California. Oh, it's a state law? So what the fuck was the national law then? The federal bill was the Brady Act, and that was after Reagan, though Reagan endorsed it. Oh, the Brady Act? Okay. Yeah, because I know, like I said, there is like a kind of a little contingency of these like homosexual type of dudes, and like these like hyper pro gun guys that, that were, very, very critical and do not like Reagan because, okay, that's what it was. It was assault weapons, man. Yeah, like that's the main thing. Yeah, because he'll tie Reagan to like, oh, you pushing assault weapons ban, fuck him. Yeah, like so that's what it was. Yeah, that's why I was thinking kind of like automatic weapons because that would kind of tie into assault weapons and shit like that. So yeah, that would explain that. Yeah, play another little tune to them. We'll see what little things we could look at for lovely even. Let's see, y'all. Riot breaks out after cigarette tunnel. Oh yeah, I need to find some shit about this. Y'all like hear about this fucking like weird riot in a fucking synagogue over a tunnel that just was like, hey, we found this. What's this for? It's honestly the most confusing and weirdest thing I think of the year so far, at least so far, and it is just so strange. Like I was actually reading about it earlier, and like it's I don't know why, but like they have this like there's like a sect of like if you see Jews, so I guess they're like having like a sectarian like rift within like the like with the one like with the other Hasidic Jews that own the property and the place and shit like that, and we're also and the ones that were pretty much like being kind of kicked out and are having this rift and shit think that some dude who's dead or some shit, some rabbi is like their Jesus or something. Something like that. And I guess they're trying to build like these tunnels like for him or something like that. And obviously it's the one thing is that it's threatening the integrity of the building and shit like that, and they're illegal as fuck with the tunnels, and it's just like, I mean, I saw a little bit of video that kind of like some dude kind of going through the tunnels and shit, and it's just so weird. It's like there's like one thing I noticed that there's like this mattress that looked like it was either like bloodstained or just something. It just looked like it was really stained. And I was just like, what the fuck? I'm like, what's this doing here? Is that like, what? It's like, why is that there? And there's like this weird ass old chair that just looks like it's fucking, just been there like probably since like 1983 or some shit. I don't know. Like it looked so dusty and old. I'm like, it's just such a weird, strange thing. Like, and of course the police, were there to kind of like, get everyone out so they can get construction crews to kind of like seal up everything and shit, which I think, frankly, they just need to shut the whole fucking, thing down and just investigate the fuck out of this place, because there's some, certainly, frankly, in my opinion, some weird shit going on. I mean, they need to do some investigations, start, like, questioning some people, some higher ups, within both groups, like both of these, Hasidic groups, that are kind of rifting here, because there's some weird shit, going on, and I think it has to do with the ones that are like having the weird sectarian rift, like that, like started the riot and shit like that, because they're freaking out that their tunnel was discovered. Like, I mean, and all this other shit. So, I mean, I certainly think it has something to do with those guys, because they sound a lot more cultish in comparison to the other ones. And from my understanding, like, Hasidic Jews are already, like, really fundamentalists already as it is. So, they tend to be pretty, like, cut off from, like, the world to a certain extent when it comes to, like, their beliefs. Like, I mean, they're almost, like, Amish-like in that way. I mean, they're still willing to use technology and shit, obviously, but, I mean, like, when it comes to, like, their beliefs, it's like, we keep it to us, type of shit. They don't usually, like, kind of go outside of, like, their general broader worldviews and shit. Oh, that bed they're using is is to find the next version of Mary. I mean, I don't know, dude. Like, I've heard it's, like, meant, like, they were gonna use it as, like, a ritualistic, like, thing or something. It's just so weird. It really is legit weird. I mean, because I don't think there's, like, some, like, Pizzagate level fucking shit. I think that's honestly retarded. I just think, there's just probably just some weird shit going on with, like, this specific, like, community of, with the Hasidic, rifts, between the two sects going on here, which is obviously just a very, localized, thing going on. Like, I mean, I don't think there's any other weird fucking cabal behind it. I think it's literally just community drama, and now they're split, because one of them thinks the rabbi's Jesus, and the others think that's ridiculous. So, I mean, I think it's just kind of comes down to that, but I feel like there's just, like, maybe some other shit around it. Like, it's like, I mean, are they also using, or at least it's like one of them or like one group of them, using like the, those tunnels for like, other nefarious things, shit, considering like the more cultier nature of, their beliefs, versus, the more traditional beliefs of the, others. So I don't know. I mean, whatever it is, it's just religious foo-foo bullshit. That's all it really comes down to, as far as I'm concerned. Like, and I'd say that literally for any fucking religion. Like, so, I mean, it just seems like, it'd be no different than, like, it feels like, some of these more, like, hyper-Christian based cults that, prop up occasionally in the US and shit, right? Like, I mean, it's really no different from stuff like that, in my opinion. Like, that's just kind of what I feel like it is, and sinister shit comes from stuff like that. So I kind of feel like there might legit be some sinister shit. I just don't think it's like some extra level just because they happen to be Jewish or something. I just think it's just religious weird foo-foo shit going on, and the whole thing just needs to be shut down. They just probably need to investigate it before they start, sealing shit up and stuff like that, and just see what the fuck is really kind of going on with that. Is it just, an innocuous, like, yeah, this is going to be like a little tomb or something? Or is it like something else? It's like, I don't know, it's certainly fucking weird, It's just like, especially that they freaked the fuck out and like basically ensued a riot over it. Like, I mean, that just like seems like a little overkill over, their little tunnel shit being discovered. I guess the fact that it's illegal would probably play a role in that too, I guess. I don't know. It's certainly fucking strange. Did TFF cover it? I know there was like other onion nuggets today. Maybe we can see if they got some of the juice, some of the content. Some of the delicious juice in the goods. Let's see. I think so. Yeah. I was like, hanging out with my coworker for a good chunk of the day, so I didn't get a chance to check out all of the onion nuggets. So when I tuned back in, I think they probably already passed through on that part. Here, let's see. Let's see here. Skim around, oh, skim around. Let's see where this might be. Let's see where this might be. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, I found it. And now I need to see where the beginning of it is. Oh, okay, I think we're getting near that. Oh, they actually, I think, look at the video that I saw. Okay, no, fuck that. Okay, there we go. Okay, yeah. Yeah, so I didn't get to this point. Yes, thank you, Streamline. Thank you for cooperating with me on that one. I have to get to do that for the rest of the night.
Over secret underground tunnel. So yeah, I read a book.
Wait, what? Hold up! What the fuck? Is that guy literally climbing out of a sewer grate? What? Dude, what? My dude is just literally crawling out of a sewer grate. Oh my god. Oh my lord. What the fuck? What?
I haven't really watched any of the video. What did they find?
Dude, like, what the fuck, man? Really? Why? What? Like, that's like in the middle of a sidewalk, basically. Like, I mean, like, if I were to pan out a little more, the street would be right there. Like, like, what the fuck, man? And really, like,
let's see.
Jesus. There's like dudes also like in the tunnels too, like in the middle of all this. And then he got this guy just climbing out. I mean, I'm just like perplexed by this. Like everything around this is genuinely just strange.
Groups of Orthodox men tried to stop police and construction crews from filling in a secretive tunnel they illegally dug there to reach a shuttered women's ritual bath.
To reach? Wait, like I didn't actually like when I remember seeing this when I was like checking out about it. I was like, what the fuck? And I saw this and I kind of read more of like another Jason article about it. And I was just kind of left confused, but I didn't even catch that part. Like, to reach a shuttered women's ritual. Wait, so is there like a little like ritual bath place that's nearby, and they're trying to like do Peep and Tom shit? Is that what's going on, or are they trying to like set up one? Like, what the what?
Okay. Why would you try to reach a shuttered women? I mean, like, if you're going to be like, let's go fucking perv out on some women, wouldn't you?
No, I mean, they built it down there so that women could go there and take a ritual bath.
Okay.
Is how I'm taking that.
I mean, see what? I don't buy that, honestly, to an extent, because wouldn't they just, like, like, reach out to, like, I don't know how the process would work, but I'm assuming you would just have to, like, go to the county or the city or something and just be like, hey, I want to, like, add some extra construction to our, synagogue and add, these, like, baths or whatever. Like, there would be a legal way to do it, right? Like, I would assume. So, why go for the illegal, like, hoops of having to go for the extra bullshit of this, over something like that? Like, that just doesn't seem like, I don't know. It just doesn't seem like, an answer that just settles right. Like, it just seems like there's like some other weird thing about it. I don't know what, but it's just like, when you got like, some like extra level like fundamentalism going on with a religion, and then you have like an extra culty sect of them having a rift like with the rest of them, and some extra shit like this pops up, while that's all going on. Usually there's nothing good that comes from stuff like that. So, just it kind of makes me wonder. I mean, I just only like kind of like, it's not really much to go off of. It's outside of just like what's here, which isn't much. Dude, what the fuck? What are these beats though? Dude, why is the like New York Post or whatever the fuck this is just dropping mad beats in the middle of all this? Like, they're tearing this fight. Like, I mean, these dudes are so pissed they're tearing up their own synagogue up. Well, I guess these guys aren't technically, a part of this anymore. Like, they were kicked out. So, I guess, hey, if it ain't theirs anymore, fuck it, we'll destroy it. I guess.
Hasidic Jews have such a weird fucking aesthetic.
They do. Like, they're weird, like, business suit, but also, like 1890s, like, hat drip is so strange. I mean, it really, it's really Amish-like. That's kind of why I was saying they're almost, like, Amish-like in a way, because, like, a part of their aesthetic, their hats really, at least, those, like, brimmed hats, like, they really almost strike me Amish-like a little bit. Like, I mean, when you got the ones that wear those, like, it just is like, you're just like a business Amish guy looking dude. It's like, you're basically Amish, but with extra, like, business drip. It's like, that's what I feel like is going on there.
They look almost like Amish to me.
Yeah. Hey, even TJ kind of sees it.
Kind of are in terms of how cloistered off the, like, really hardcore Hasidic Jews are. Like, there are whole places where people speak in completely different accents from everybody around them for generations, because they're just never outside of their own kind of cloistered life, and that's how Hasidim are. So there's an analog between them and they just don't eschew all technology and participation in capitalistic markets, like,
An unholy riot broke out in a historic
unholy riot
Brooklyn synagogue when a group of rogue members armed with shovels dug a secret tunnel to gain access, and cops in hard hats tried to thwart them. Young renegades from the Chabad Lubavitch movement, wielding very elementary tools, began religiously...
The Chabad Lubavitch movement?
In the tunnel.
That in itself sounds very culty. Like, I mean... See, like, I mean, when you got, like I said, when you got, like, a kind of a sectarian, like, group that also is, like the Shabab Lubavitch movement, like, that really does sound very culty-like. I mean, I really feel like whatever, like, weird shit's going on, it has to do with those weirdos.
Under a sect world headquarters in Crown Heights on the Eastern Parkway during the pandemic, because higher-ups were dragging their feet on expanding the synagogue's sanctuary, sources said.
Oh, so that's why? So they initially, at least, some of the people in this movement tried to, with the rest of, like, the people, like, they're basically, like, literally, like, dragging their feet, and pretty much, bureaucracy getting in the way, essentially, and they're like, you know what, fuck this, we're doing it ourselves then. Like, they basically just decide to say, fuck the bureaucracy, we're just doing it ourselves. Which, you can't do that. And, you got caught. Shabad Lubavitch, or something like that. Rip, why would I name a bar Firkin? I was wondering the same thing when he said that.
The idea was to force the establishment into growing the space by essentially sharing the effort for it, beginning with a roughly 3-foot high, 20-foot wide, 50-foot long tunnel, sources say.
A 3 foot? It's so tiny.
Crowd keeps getting larger. A source somewhat sympathetic to the rebels' cause told the Post on Tuesday, it's packed with Shabbos, and during the high holidays, it's unbearable.
Shabbos. Shomer Shabbos, dude.
Shabbos.
Shabos.
The rebels, described as in their teens and early 20s, first gained entry into an abandoned Jewish men's mikveh, or ritual bath, around the corner of Union Street. They then broke through a roughly 2x2 foot metal gate in the former bath's basement wall and tunneled their way under a sanctuary space reserved for women next door to the synagogue. They then breached the synagogue's main massive sanctuary. The private pathway was discovered last month when neighbors reported suspicious noises underneath their homes.
Oh my God.
Israel National News said. For about a year, they were doing the digging out of the private mikveh. They were using very elementary tools, shovels and pickaxes, sledgehammers, stuff like that. No professional equipment. None of.
So you do an interview with Chipzilla tomorrow? They want me back. Chipzilla? Well, shit. Wait, who are they again? They sound familiar. I think you've told me about them, but I think I forgot.
This was sanctioned by any authority. Here's their little weird tunnel.
That Zuckerberg Love Fair didn't last long.
Yeah, this looks like a
Chipzilla. Oh, okay. I see what you mean.
like a place that you would take like an oubliette. You know what I mean? Like, this doesn't look like any kind of
Pet name for your former employer. Okay, yeah, I connected the dots.
bath or whatever the fuck.
I don't know what the fuck. I don't even understand this fucking story.
Yeah, this is just weird. So Hasidic Jews were digging tunnels under an old part of the synagogue. City got wind of it, came to fucking like chase everybody out of there. And then
Seriously, a peeping Tom thing? I don't think so, but I don't really know.
I mean, well, honestly, it kind of does sound like it. Like they were trying to like build this tunnel like underneath the like women's sanctuary bath place or something. Like, I mean, I think that is honestly a part of it. Like, which definitely adds like kind of a creep factor a little bit. So it's, I don't know. I mean, it's not really like, you know, like strong in the messaging about it one way or the other, frankly.
I don't really understand.
And nothing really, you know, overtly says it, but it kind of implies it, honestly.
And the reasoning for digging this tunnel.
Yeah, I don't either.
I mean, I will admit though. I mean, it is kind of strangely an impressive tunnel. I don't know. I mean, this looks a little concerning. Like that looks like it's about to collapse at any second. I mean, I don't know. I mean, you know, everything else seems fine, but get a little better ceiling foundation. You know what I mean?
I read the article. I read the explanation. I didn't fucking.
The escape tunnel. Well, there was that one dude literally like getting out of a grate in like next to a sidewalk. I mean, that would be an escape, like, you know, secret escape route right there. I mean, there was that dude, you know, like, I mean, so, like, I don't know. I mean, possibly. See, that's why I feel like there's like some weird going on around with this. Like I said, I don't think it's like some, you know, like extra big, deeper fucking thing. I think it just has to do with this weird, like, Shabab Lubavitch, whatever, you know, this weird kind of like extra sectarian, like kind of Hasidic group that, you know, that's doing this, you know, it's like, I think, you know, it's just like a very isolated thing. Like, you know, it just seems like, you know, like a cult kind of sprouted, you know, as like a, you know, a rift, you know, in like this Hasidic community, and, you know, they're just kind of doing shit to their own accord, like building illegal tunnels and doing weird shit, like peeping Tom and or something, maybe, I guess. I don't know. Like, it just seems really fucking weird. And nothing really is, like, overtly saying what it is. I mean, it's just kind of implying it's, like, maybe this. I don't know. Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Torah that's like, you know, this.
I mean, honestly, that's why I think instead of sealing this shit up, they should just, like, you know, just have it as like, you know, and you know, just just let it all sit there for a bit, investigate it for a day or two, and check out like, you know, what the hell's going on, you know, and all that type of shit, and then like, you know, interview some fucking people, like, you know, be like, hey, what are these for? Like, what are you doing here? And you know, with these things, you know, get some warrants and shit. You know, it's like. Because, you know, and if nothing really comes from it, if it really is just like, you know, they just wanted to expand some shit, but bureaucracy got in the way and they're like, well, fuck that. Then, you know, on top of just all the sectarian weird shit that this isolated little community is having, and then, I don't know, It just seems strange. It's such a strange, just domino effect of events. It's just so weird.
Secret place or whatever the fuck away from prying eyes, and maybe they were trying to make something like that for ritual purposes. I don't know. I'm just assuming because I haven't heard of that tenet of Judaism. Wouldn't be shocking to me if it existed.
Videos and photos captured the wild scene as the diggers tried to thwart cement truck workers attempting to undo their work at the request of synagogue authorities. The rogues were filmed tearing down.
Jeremiah, the folks are counting have been crunching the numbers, and I've got bad news. The tunnel project has got to go.
Wood panels and wood support beams.
Well, damn it! It ain't going on my watch. It's got to go in only full speed ahead with the project. We're going to be digging it, Mitch.
And their tunnel to protect it. NYPD.
I mean, they are definitely very protective of this tunnel. That much is for sure. They were hell bent on building this fucking tunnel, and they're going to get it done. They're certainly very protective of it.
About 3:30 p.m. A dozen men were taken into custody. Some time ago, a group of extremist students broke through a few walls and adjacent properties to the synagogue at 784788 Eastern Parkway, provide them unauthorized access. Rabbi Moti Seligson, spokesperson of the Shabbat Lubavitch, said in an email statement to the Post. A cement truck was brought in to repair those walls. Those efforts were disrupted by the extremists who broke through the wall to the synagogue, vandalizing the sanctuary in an effort to preserve their unauthorized access. They have since been arrested, and the building closed pending a structural safety review. Another statement from the headquarters.
So it seems like they're at least going to, inspect it, but I feel like they should probably investigate it a little bit too.
That the group of young agitators,
at least on the safe side,
in the U.S. on student visas. These individuals have been squatting in the synagogues and attempted to take control by demolishing walls to connect the basement.
So this wasn't even the Jews that did it? This was
No, it sounds like these word Jews.
It was like the Morlocks.
The Morlocks.
I'm hearing that they were basically squatting here.
Yeah, they were living parasitically.
Yeah, they were they were squatting here. Yeah, so I kind of figured that much because obviously they weren't tenants or owning the building or anything like that. I figured that much, but it's what the fuck? In a world, one man goes farther than anyone would pay him to go, so he went rogue. The Tunnel Rebel coming to a theater near you this fall. Dude, I love it. Oh my god, dude. You know what? Oh my god, I just thought of another movie concept that would be able to work with the same name. Oh my god, do I even dare pontificate on it amongst you? Because bruh, considering the whole thing going on in Gaza and Palestine and all that shit, right? When all said and done, 4 years, give or take, 5 years after, the dust settles, so to speak, from this current bullshit, there's gonna be a fucking movie about it. For a fuck fact there is. And you know what? If there is, then goddamn it, at least make it somewhat good. And I know how you can do it. It's it's in the perspective of at least three perspectives. Three protagonists here. You got a partial disgruntled IDF soldier who's really just doing it only because it's mandatory service bullshit. He really doesn't want to do it, but he just kind of has to because, again, mandatory service, all that shit, right? So, and then obviously got a perspective of a Palestinian, a Palestinian father and his family or some shit, right? And then he got the perspective of a journalist, who's on the ground, who's been on the ground for months and shit. And shit pops off, right? I'm seeing the story arc from her. Yeah, you're starting to see it. Yeah, you're starting to kind of see it. And eventually all those three characters eventually meet when, it's just constant, just carpet bomb shit, right? And they're all kind of meeting. They're and you got the idea of soldiers you know what? I'm taking this fucking uniform off. I'm done with this shit, right? You know, it's like, and we're going to find a way to get the fuck out of here. We're going south. We're going to try to get across that fucking border, you know? And it's like, you know, he just gets that fucking uniform on. He got, like, you know, the father, and at this point, like, it's like his daughter is the only one left, you know, alive at this point, you know, just because of the drama effect. And he got the journalist. There's a little, you know, guy, like, shot in the arm or something because his sniper tried to, you know, blast her or something like that. And, you know, she's injured, but, you know, still living, you know, it's only a grazing wound, you know, so she's all right, you know, for the most part. You know, and it's just like, you know, it's like, and all three even kind of meet, and they're just like, yo, you know, you got that dude, just like, I can't do it. He's alone. He's, you know, and, you know, this soldier's kind of, you know, cut away from the rest of the squad, so he's able to kind of, like, you know, be like, you know, just pretend he got taken out or some shit, you know, just kind of sneaks and, you know, hides out. And just like, you know, it's like, hey, I could keep my radio on me, so I kind of know where people, you know, where the other dudes are and shit, and they, you know, have to do like some espionage and like sneaky stealth shit stuff, add that like dynamic to things. You know, it's like, bruh, like it would, like that would actually unironically not be a, you know, a bad movie and stuff. And you could kind of keep it, you know, like, cause I mean, in a way, kind of like at least somewhat, you know, just like, you know, apolitical in the sense of just like being pro humanitarian or empathy and just like survival and stuff. You could kind of detach it from the broader politics of it all. I mean, it's still going to be there. People are, you know, you know, like, you know, a movie like that, regardless of like how you really do it, it's going to immediately be political as fuck, you know, just because people are going to perceive it that way. But I mean, if you want to at least kind of detach it from that, at least as a movie in itself, I mean, I think that would be the way to do it. And actually probably not be a bad film, frankly. Dude, should be like fourth character who doesn't even think what happens to the Palestinians are that bad, but through serious comedic mishaps ends up there. Damn. Well, I mean, if we're doing like a drama movie, I mean, the comedic mishap thing would not really be like, you know, fitting though. Monday for Friday, or Friday for Monday is supposed to be ass freezing cold. God, fucking great. And having him down for most of the movie. This ain't so bad, guys. In a bunker while the bombs are being dropped. Dude, if this was like 2004, you could probably get away with a movie like that. Like a more comedic movie. It's, you know, similar in nature, but just more of a comedic one. Like, make it a set movie then. Yeah, it would have to be like a set movie, but dude, it would have to be like, you have to like go back in time to like 2004 or some shit. So like, I mean, honestly, like a movie like that, like, I mean, you know, that would the interview round 2. Oh my god. Yeah, oh shit. Oh dude. Oh, that's it right there. Oh, dude, Rip, you fucking nailed it, dude. The comedic movie of this, the whole shit could be the interview part 2, dude. Dude, how'd I end up house? The interview. Oh my god. Oh man. Oh shit, dude. Bruh. Man, dude, either like, you know, that movie will like be the greatest movie of that year if it ever were to be made, or it straight up is dead ass gonna get like everyone involved in that movie canceled. Like, and anyone who likes it canceled. But you know what? I'll probably get canceled for that. Multiple inches of snow on Friday and Saturday. Hell, we already got some sick and on callers out here tonight. Oh shit, really? Yeah, I heard supposedly, you know, there was supposed to be some snow tonight. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go check. You know, might as well here. I'll do this real quick. I'll leave the screen up and show it, you know, over here. It's still, hey, door, close. It's still, like, not totally fully cloudy, but there's some big, thick clouds moving in from the north. So I think they're going to be coming in. What's the entire bet they shit calls out again? Moonpole short of starting because the entire effects of it are going to be practical, so if you catch my drift. You're the Rob Schneider. No, not Rob Schneider. Rob Schneider is just too much of a sad, just impotent bitch. My hill has a big fat nothing. Damn. Yeah, I looked up and there was like, directly above me, clearness, but like this way, moving this way very slowly, were some big thick clouds. So I think some of those snow clouds, that Mornax is talking about, are kind of moving in a little bit. Maybe a little bit. At least, a little early onset. Not enough to, probably stick, for, stay there, but in case we are mercs, Lamau. Yeah, I'm so close to work, and I'm going to have to work anyway that, I'm just going to tough it out. And fuck, I'll still go to karaoke night on Duffy's, and shit on Friday and Saturday. I don't care. I'm old to huff that shit out. Huff it and puff it.
Trying to, extend their territory.
Yeah, same here.
By digging this fucking tunnel, basically.
Dude, that's crazy. If true, crazy.
Two birds, one stone. We can shoot one of the best comedies of all time. We'll get rid of one of the worst comedians of all time.
But
that doesn't really explain to me why the Jews wanted to fight the cops, though.
They don't want them in the synagogue.
I think
but they don't want the cops to stop somebody that has dug a tunnel into the synagogue from
desecrating sacred ground, Paul.
But these are, both sides of this are Jews. Like, the people doing this are also Jews.
Oh, okay.
Then they're both, then they're still doing it. They're still desecrating the sacred ground. You're not supposed to
That's weird. So are they like some strange sect that's been banned out of the synagogue?
They're just describing them as rebels. Like, they have rebelled against, I guess, the...
So, yeah, they definitely have, some kind of interpretation of the Torah that doesn't jive with traditional Hasidism or whatever, and they were denied the use of the synagogue.
I don't understand what's going on. We're trying to just, puzzle that together ourselves.
Yeah, we're piecing it together, I think.
Jewish tunnels in space!
Yeah, because the Rebels thing had me fucking...
Rebel tunnels in space! Coming to a theater near you. In a world where it's out of this world on the moon. Jewish space tunnels.
Crazy. But, so what it sounds like to me is somebody had, one of these,
Honestly, low-key, that would actually be kind of a badass movie. I'm not even gonna lie. And someone needs to deepfake the fucking, 1990s, early 2000s fucking, movie trailer guy. In a world guy. That guy. Someone needs to just, complete that dude's voice so we could just, permanently have him in movie trailers, because there was something about the movie trailers back in the day, dude, and he was, the linchpin of it all. In a world. That was the linchpin of it all. Last time trying to get us so far the burbs or something, so we had to back the rest of the way. Oh, shit. Well, that's kind of the unfortunate thing. A lot of people in the valley here in Oregon, especially in Portland, don't exactly know how to drive in snow because it usually doesn't snow around here that often. Which is kind of ironic because most of the, state does, because a lot of the state does deal with snow. So it's Oregonians broadly know how to deal with snow, but Portlandians don't. And people from Salem really can't either that much. Pretty much just people in the valley can't. We don't have to deal with it. Mike's going to be doing mad burnouts at the gas station post of this time. Oh, yeah, I should do it. Gotta spice it up a bit for the big screen. I'm thinking Jewish sex tunnels. Oh, hell yeah, dude. And then if for some mild comedic effect, one of the doors opens and it's just a regular BDSM dungeon. Just a regular one. Nothing innocuous about it. It's just you just got a dominatrix there and... and then you just got a Jewish dude. It was a little hat on, just there, gimped out and shit. And she's like, "Excuse me, we're having a session here." And the protagonists are just just close the door again. It's well, that's going on. Totally, man. Oh my god. Oh man. YouTube, don't ban us, please. This is all satire. It's all satire. All content be satire. Down south, we're fucked if we get snow. The single flake sticks, you might as well hear sirens. Dude, we saw what happened to Texas. Like, I saw a video where it's literally just pile up after pile up after pile up because literally just people just don't understand how to drive in snow. And again, yeah, it's like, yeah, we reviewed your content and you make a satirical content, about, things that happen to be Jewish. Yeah, no, that's medical misinformation. How dare you? Oh my god. Honestly, I would kind of laugh if that happened. I mean, because honestly, at that rate, I'd be like, how in the fuck does that work? Like, how do I even critique that? How do I challenge that? They just spontaneously combust if a flake of snow falls in Miami. People just start diving in the ocean of sea. So flake. Yeah, people in Miami, they literally just flee to the sea, dude. They just run to the sea. At least Atlanta's flat. Yeah, Atlanta is flat, so that does help.
Differences in their mind and was like, challenge some tenet of the faith. And it escalated to the point where the head rabbi of this place was like, you are no longer welcome in the synagogue.
Someone is telling atheist Jewish Messiah is saying it has to deal with a rival sect of Shabbat who believes Rabbi Schneerson is the Messiah and want control.
So yeah, I was right.
So basically there's some guy going around claiming to be the Messiah and these are his followers.
I'm like the real Jesus.
And so, yeah, they dug a tunnel to get into it during off hours so that they could do their, presumably so that they could, have their church service or whatever and preach their own little version of the gospel. So that's weird. You know what I saw, of course, immediately when, because this was in a cluster of stories where people were just like, this is like a fucking pedo ring or whatever. They were keeping children down there.
Dude, yeah, like, I mean, anyone going that far with it is just fucking stupid. Like, I don't think it's like that type of shit. Like, I mean, it's like, I do think there's probably some weird culty-esque shit, but I don't think it's like that. I mean, if anyone going that fucking, far with it, it's just fucking just fucking dumb.
Yeah, and I was just like,
bitch, get too much. Oh my god, it's like, shut the fuck up.
Like, that doesn't sound right. This makes way more sense. Like, knowing how, like, fundamental Hasidics are.
This certainly does make a lot more
fucking
sense.
Schism or whatever the fuck, and these dudes are like...
Schneerson is dead. When does that ever stop?
Yeah, I mean, that's like the other thing. Like, they think that Rabbi Schneerson, which, by the way, what a name. Jesus Christ. Schneerson, dude. Schneerson. Like, what a name. My God. Anyway, but, like, I mean, like, they, the rival sect that's being rebellious and shit is straight up, like, think this guy's Jesus or something. Why? I don't know. But, like, it's, I mean, it's just like, it's just like another, like, element of me where I'm just like, again, screams cult-like. I mean, it's like, you got a rival schism going on where you have, like, a more cultish, like, sect trying to take control of, like, the entire, like, flock of, the Hasidic Jewish community here in the synagogue. And, like, then obviously the people who own the synagogue and, still, the leadership of the, the Hasidic Jewish community here are just like, no, like, fuck you. Like, which, rightfully so. I mean, these people sound a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I mean, they all are, frankly, in my opinion. I mean, they're all a bunch of religious foo-foos anyway, but, like, I mean, these guys are an extra level of religious foo-foo.
Religious,
yeah, so is Jesus.
Jesus has been dead for a hot minute as well. I don't know. He's coming back.
Jesus, that's loud.
And then, so presumably, then, like, the people that were opposing the cops here,
and they're fucking fighting them too. They're like charging them.
Cult that are trying to, like, stop the cops from preventing their access into the synagogue.
That's what I gather.
I like that guy. Hold on, I kind of like that. Big bearded dude, just like, oh shit, I gotta get my hat back on. I kind of find it a little amusing.
are members of this like breakout cult that are trying to like stop the cops from preventing their access into the.
It's like shit. I need to get my hat back on. It's like
That's what I gather.
the Eagles worst last year
That's
from what I heard
crazy.
it was impassable for hours. Damn.
It's crazy.
Dude, I
Also,
dreamed
a
I was-
lot less
Dreamed your
salacious.
Flash last night. It's pretty cool, but I tripped and fell downhill. Probably not a good thing when it happens when you're the Flash.
And fucking Jeffrey Epstein, Pizzagate.
I mean,
I
if
love
it was,
I love
If it-
just like naked anti-Semitism when that's like the first place anybody goes whenever they hear a Jew is involved in something.
It's like, oh, yep, see, that's what happens. You got the cabal here to work. Which also, by the way, even with that logic, literally doesn't make sense here because these are like two different like sects of Jews going at each other, basically. So how does that even work in that fucking logic? You know what I mean? It's like, I mean, even, you know, with the weird anti-Semitic fucktards, you know, that want to try to like, you know, it just weave that into this shit. It doesn't even make sense in this case. It's like, if you have like a schism between, you know, like two different fundamental like beliefs of like Hasidic Judaism in this community, and they're having it out, you know, at each other over different beliefs and different like sectarian political bullshit, like that doesn't make sense when it comes to like this whole cabal thing that they want to try and incorporate it. Which, I mean, the nature of the premise of it anyway doesn't even make sense. I mean, like, it's just all ridiculous garbage, but I mean, it's still like, especially so, doesn't even make sense in this case.
Oh, here they go.
Dude, this is a story that's 100% just like you watch and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Obviously, someone will be like, well, this is actually what's going on. But that's nowhere near.
well, it's because we have no idea what the fuck this community
it's
is
way
like
more
because
interesting.
They're way
You know what
too
I'm looking at,
super
dude?
insular.
And I'm just gonna say this, and I would say this for any other fucking church. You replace this with any other
racist shit
faith.
incoming. All right, Paul.
Oh shit.
Any other faith, dude. They need to tax all these motherfucking places. These people got way too much fucking expendable income and time on their hands to be digging tunnels and shit. Like, we just need to tax these churches like the businesses that they.
Oh, by the way, dude, Paul's got some fucking drip of those shades, dude. God damn, fucking drip.
Fucking are. And then they would have fucking better legal protections under the law and shit. It would be better for everybody.
Tax them.
Tax
don't,
the rich.
I'm not saying
Tax
take
the
away their
religions.
religion. I'm saying they want to run one of these big ass fucking mosques where everybody's paying hundreds of thousands of dollars into this church bullshit. They pay a fucking hefty tax on that.
Racist.
You know, it's like, hey, if America needs more money, start taxing religion. If you don't want to tax the rich, then tax religion. Well, I guess actually they kind of go hand in hand a lot of times, but that's why I should tax religion.
Oh, I mean, dude, I just haven't heard a clear-cut case of racism ever in my life. And, I mean, look, so when Jewish people get brought up, Paul, you have something nice to say about them? No, got something mean to say. Something
Tax,
mean weird thing.
tax
Or tax
them all.
them? No, Paul, I don't think that should happen.
tax
What
them.
What do you want to do, you dirty commie? You just want to tax the good Lord's chosen people. Praise the Lord, amen. You want to tax these motherfuckers with what, 100%? You just want them to be poor peasantry folk just living on the street. And you just want to do that to us, God-fearing folk here, you know, in Jesus' name here with Christians. And that's what you want to do. You damn dirty atheist, satanic communist.
Evangelical mega
Abolish
churches.
all tax, Paul. Abolish all tax.
Tax the mosques, tax the synagogues.
Nope.
You know
Abolish
what?
all
You know
tax.
who gets a break just because they get treated so shittily? Sikhs.
Abolish all taxes. No.
Sikhs get to.
You know what? I'll grant that. You know what? I want to add to that list a little bit. Oh, fuck, Paul added slippery slope. But you know what? Fuck it. You know, like the Native American indigenous, like, religions and shit. Like, I mean, like, I know it has, like, a broader, like, name to it, but, you know, it's like, I know, like, different tribes kind of have, like, their own different variations of the broader beliefs and stuff like that. So it's like, but either way, like, you know, their shit, tax exempt. You know, because, you know, indigenous people and natives have been treated like shit for a long time, a very long time. You know, so, you know, as far as I'm concerned, they also get an exemption. You know, and you know what? We'll leave it at that. Sikhs and, you know, indigenous people. You know, like, you know, indigenous Americans. Like, those two get a pass.
No taxes.
Don't
You want-
tax Sikhs.
I say tax Paul then. You know what, Paul?
The
You want
Sikhs
to
have
make
put up with some
tax
fucking
Paul?
bullshit in my lifetime. So you know what?
True. I mean, they have even like in my well, frankly, I mean, part of it is in Paul's too, because like I know what Ari especially is talking about, like the whole war on terror after 9/11 shit. Like I remember hearing about some of that type of stuff, because I mean, as much as especially both of my parents, but mainly my mom too, especially like were kind of like sold on the whole war on terror type of thing. She, did recognize that, like, oh, man, there were Sikhs that got hurt. That's not right. It's like, we should be dealing and hurting the people, out there, not like, Americans here at home. That's not right. So she's, like, kind of weird like that, I guess. Like, I mean, she was, like, she would still think, it's like, well, the turban stuff is weird, but whatever. They're not, Muslim or something like that. They're still, or some shit. I don't know. Like, she was kind of weird about it. Like, especially growing up, she always had, like, really strange politics that have, frankly, luckily have chilled the fuck out lately, in recent years. Because, I mean, man, I remember hearing her to say some really interesting shit.
Immune.
No. Yeah. No, I agree. I don't think anyone should be taxed, period. There's
Catholics,
no
though,
taxes.
tax them.
True.
Overtax those motherfuckers.
I think that
No.
religion
Tax
should
them
be
at, like,
taxed
200%.
in order of how much I hate them.
Oh, here's another based fucking thing that I think should happen too. The international community should get together, maybe under the UN, and raid the Vatican and take back all the national treasures of all these countries that were looted by the Vatican and hoarded there.
Based.
Yeah, redistribute the wealth back to their points of origin.
Yeah.
Yep. What's European? Could stay at the Vatican and make the rest of the Vatican a museum. Like, the entire of it. And just, like, give it to, like, the international community as, like, the international, museum of, like, European history and culture or some shit like that. And a part of it being also, the history of the Vatican, too, and blah, 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 and all that shit. I mean, it's like, have it, make it something like that. I mean, that would honestly be pretty fucking cool, honestly. I'm not even gonna lie. And, these motherfuckers at the Vatican, like, got all sorts of shit hidden away that they have never let the public see for like literal centuries. Like, so it's like, bitch, show us what the fuck you're hiding. It's like, show us these like relics and these holy artifacts, that you've been hiding for all these fucking generations. It's like, I mean, what are you hiding? What you hiding back there? It's like, release the goods.
Let these people let these countries have their fucking great works of art back, you weird fucking vampiric pedo cult.
Yeah. Same with the fucking that church, not the church, the fucking museum I went to, Museum of London.
Vampiric pedo cult.
No, send it all back.
Oh, dude, London is one of the worst.
Send anything back.
You remember that
Dude, the
story?
British were the fuck. Yeah, they were the worst about it. Dude, the British to this day are just like, nah, I don't think we'll bring any of this back to you, okay? When it comes to like 90% of the shit that they got, they're like, nah. They returned a few things to be like, oh, we're putting it back. They did it a little bit, but most of that shit, they're like, no, this is.
You remember the story about that fucking the Moai or whatever the fuck?
You were just the comment teaching me about biblically accurate angels. They are awesome. They could be pretty cool. I mean, but I don't know. They're not like, for me personally, they're not like, the biggest thing to back on mom about, but they could be pretty cool to look at. They're certainly a cool concept to like incorporate into like some crazy like sci-fi or fantasy shit and stuff like that on it. Like, I mean, there's honestly some cool shit that you can incorporate like biblically accurate like angels into things, frankly. So, I mean, I recognize them pretty fucking cool personally. But, yeah, hey, you can't win them all. So I made a Fallout London mod. Isn't that just London? Yeah, isn't that just London? Especially like industrial age London.
No.
We did it on a show pretty
Yeah,
recently.
oh yes, I recall it.
The Eastern Islanders.
Oh yeah, that one. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. Where they've got like this black onyx Moai guy that was like the template one. It was the central one in their religion. and that's just sitting in a fucking nautical museum in fucking Great Britain.
You know, I mean,
They
look,
won't
Paul,
give it back?
They were weak, Paul. They were weak, and the British were strong. And
They ain't so strong no more. Now they're just latched onto our teeth like everybody else.
Look, you know, Paul, they took the stuff there and
start throwing our weight around. Raid the Vatican.
No.
Dude, man. Oh, yes, Paul. Preaching, Paul.
Well, yeah, raid the Vatican.
Of all these countries and return them to their country of origin.
You know the den of pedophiles that is the Vatican? Yeah, why don't they raid that for pedophiles? I'm pretty sure they find
this place doesn't look any different.
Yeah, while you're there, if you happen to fucking search some nooks and crannies and see if you find any fucking altar boys in various states of undress or whatever.
That's why it's its own state, dude. 100%. That's why that's why it is. I mean, even if it's just a tiny little city, because I've been to Vatican City, but that's why it is. Because under international law, they'd be so fucked. But because they have a little loophole carved out, they're good.
Fucking weird ass motherfuckers. Man, like, why has, like, humanity just kind of collectively agreed that religious exemption can be a thing? Like, I hate how, like, in Oregon we have that for, when it comes to, like, things like, vaccination, stuff like that. I hate it that we have religious exemption when it comes to, like, certain laws, like tax exemptions and shit like that. It's like, why in the fuck? Like, did, like, not just America, but just, like, humanity, like, think that, oh, yeah, it's okay. It's like, haven't we moved beyond this? Like, haven't we, like, grown up, as a species? Like, even in fucking Europe, I mean, it's like, come on. It's like, haven't we ever, like, grown up yet? I mean, seriously. I mean, it's like, maybe they, like, in, different European countries, they, do tax religion and shit, but collectively, they look at the Vatican and they're like, we'll look the other way. It's like, bitch, it's like, I mean, it's in your backyard. Like, I mean, y'all motherfuckers could easily, like, put that shit to a fucking rap. And just, like, collectively own it as, like, and the, like, national, like, the International European, like, Museum of, like, Art and History or some shit, or, like, some stuff like that. Like, I mean, and honestly, that would be way fucking cooler than what the Vatican is now. Thought to use the nuke. We did. Oh. Oh.
Taxing these churches, but I think we should just try to
I
do everything
don't
we can
want
to
to
mitigate
tell.
and
I
ban
would never
religion.
go so far as to like try and
nobody.
outlaw them because that would just like make that
right.
Just,
I mean
like,
that you would make them stronger if you fucking tried to come too heavy.
But I bet less people would go to them if they were a taxed fucking business that had to fucking show that they were, putting a certain amount back into the community to avoid being in an even higher tax bracket. You know what I mean? Like if they just put that restriction on churches, like, yeah, okay, we're going to tax you, but at a much lower rate if you can provide evidence of a lot, a certain portion of the money that you take in as an organization being funneled back into community service. But if you don't show us your books and we can't see that happening, you're in this tax bracket. You're paying even fucking more.
Dude, the IRS policy pretty much now is for a Christian church is that they don't even touch them. They really won't even fucking touch them. Yeah.
And they're not even willing to go in and enforce the constitutional separation of church and state either.
No.
Because these churches technically are not supposed to be pulpits for politicians. Like it's supposed
they
to be
totally are.
Oh, that's long gone.
They're not.
I mean, if anything, they've basically been interwoven into politics since Reagan. Mutant kangaroos, mutant spider shark hybrids. Oh, dude. Kangaroo death claws, bro. Dude. Deatheroos, bro. The Deatheroo. Bruh.
Fucking paying.
Imagine the fucking, like, yoked out fucking radioactive, like, kangaroo just like, oh my god, dude. Mutant emus, they just be normal emus. Yeah, they'd be like normal emus with like two heads. Kind of like Brahmin or something.
They're not supposed to be able to fucking be used as a bully pulpit for one candidate, and they are. Widespread.
I have the right to believe what I want, TJ. I mean, that's a matter
of... fuck a spy. Wait, Spinosaurus is back in another account? Oh my god. Dude, Spinosaurus' fucking Christian arc is getting fucking tiring, dude. Holy fucking shit, dude. That arc, bro. Spino needs to just shut the fuck up. Like, oh my god. The assessor, like, Christ is king. So the bullshit that I, see out of that fuck. Oh my god. It really, honestly, is driving me nuts. It's like the motherfucker is literally not like winning anybody. Paul thought the same thing. Good. Thank fuck. I want to hear it.
I
Oh my
respect.
God, Spinosaurus, when are you gonna fucking? You know what? I don't even want to give. I don't want to even give you the fucking, because you don't. At this point, the Christian arc is so boring and lame that you don't deserve the attention anymore, dude. So get back on your fucking your like lib grind. 'Cause that
The
was
lib
really
grind.
the one that was triggering me pretty hard. This Christian fucking arc is just sad, dude. Like, I gave up on reason and fucking reality for a comforting fantasy. And then you talk about it constantly like you're some kind of martyr when you're the majority on this planet. You've already inherited the Christian persecution complex, dude. You're a majority of people on this planet believe in a God. Congratulations, you joined the fucking herd of stupid sheep that for some reason still can't shake a Bronze Age fantasy out of their cobweb-ridden fucking clunky brains. You're one of them now. Congrats. You bought a comforting lie over a sobering truth, just like everybody else in your fucking stupid little church group.
Preach it, Brother Paul.
Group that you go to. They're all dumb. You're dumb too. And if you fucking took 5 seconds to actually critically think about any of the things that you espouse to believe, you would find them fucking laughably stupid, if just phrased slightly different. And that alone should fucking tear down the whole idea of religion in your head. A little study, maybe, of the history of religion. Like, what happens when you find out that the messianic figure of Jesus Christ, who you extol the virtues of in this fucking chat, constantly, just diarrhea coming out of your mouth? What if I told you that the whole template for Jesus Christ's life was based on earlier fucking texts from earlier religions? Egyptian religion.
Dude's first Sunday Nuggets have been on 5 months of goddamn day. Bring in the heat. Scott dunking on TJ Sachs. TJ eating out stream. Paul laying down. Dude, I've been telling you, man. They've been laying down the fucking heat on the Onion Nuggets lately, dude. They've been turning up the heat on that fryer, baby.
Religion. Okay, all of these religions had Jesus analogs. Rode into town on a donkey. Son of God. Killed for fucking everybody else's sins. Fucking the Egyptians had one. I think it was Set. One of the Anubis. One of the Egyptian gods. That was his fucking origin story. So you're not even worshiping the original fucking source of the stories that you hold so dear and life changing. You're worshiping a fucking grist.
I walked into a bar fight. You walked into a bar fight where it's an argumentative one, where it's two people having a political back and forth. I mean, it's I've seen bar fights. This is not a bar fight. This is kind of like a bar debate, or a bar argument, a bar argument. I guess you could say a bar argument. This is kind of what it is. It's not like a bar fight. It's a bar argument. That's what's going on here.
Grifter religion that popped up and, fucking took over the body of fucking monotheism.
Well, okay. I kind of got what you meant, though. But, I mean, I've been to a bar enough times to where I've seen what a bar fight looks like and a bar argument. And this is definitely a bar argument. But hey, you know what? I actually just coined that, by the way, so I'm patenting that. But feel free to use it. It's public domain despite patenting it. It'll be patented for public domain use.
And spread like a festering boil spreads. You're a piece of shit. You're
a piece of shit.
He's a nice boy.
Wake up.
Judges in England and Wales are given caution.
TJ just moves right along. Damn. Fucking Paul dropping the hammer, dude.
Approval to use AI in writing legal opinions.
Mithna, Krishna, Dionysus.
Paul's still going. He don't give a fuck. He's just no, I'm still going on. It's you on screen, but I'll see you in chat box. See you in the chat box. Is that weird, right? Wait, I am mildly. Wait. What? You can also see me I'm now confused. Wait, what do you mean? Like, what? Like, am I just? I can screen grab. Yeah, screen grab it. Yeah, because yeah, I will admit I'm confused. I think I know what you mean. There, I'll wait for the Discord button here.
I mean, the list goes on. These are all messianic fucking figures. All of them, you know, and they all adhere to this other crazy thing, too, that predates a lot of these religions. The hero's journey. As laid out in fucking, like, ancient Scandinavian poetry and shit. So, get out of here with this fucking stupid bullshit. Just on that alone, you should go like, oh yeah, well, I'm done. But you won't. You'll snow yourself into thinking that this latest reinvention of an old fucking meme about a mega powerful magical dude that didn't exist that's watching you masturbate and shaking his head no. A fucking weirdo, dude. Yeah, you know what, dude? I'd have respect for you if you were like, I'm fucking worshiping Zoroaster, dude. I'm a Zoroastrian, dude.
Dude, you know, if Spino was like a Zoroastrian or some shit, that actually would be a little low-key metal. Or if you believed in, like, you know, like Asatru, like Norse paganism or something, like literally anything else, but he chose Christianity.
Cool. I probably think you were metal or something. You picked the lamest one, Christianity. The lamest religion, dude. Am I wrong about that? Is there one that you think is lamer than Christianity?
I actually kind of want. I mean, honestly, arguably, like any of the Abrahamic religions are pretty lame. Like, because honestly, I mean, in my mind, like literally. It would be kind of like neck and neck between Judaism or like Christianity, in my opinion. Like, Islam's pretty lame. The only thing that's kind of keeping me, you know, from saying maybe not as much is because, like, I mean, like, there's, you know, they kind of do a lot of, like, you know, fucking, well, you know what? Like, the whole, like, war aspect of shit is pretty fucking lame, too. So, you know what? Yeah. Yeah, see, yeah, they're all pretty fucking neck and neck. Neck and neck and neck, I guess you could say. I think most religions are lame. But yeah, but which is the most lamest? What if it was a raw worshiper? Then I would think Spino is actually probably like metal as fuck. Because there are like metalheads that do legit will believe in like other religions, like, you know, variations of paganism, whether it's like, you know, the ancient like Egyptian beliefs or like Norse paganism, Germanic or like Greek paganism, you know, stuff like that. Like, I mean, because I've, you know, like, I've dabbled, you know, with different people in the metalhead community, and, you know, and I've met various different people, you know, that will believe in different, like, paganistic religions. Mostly, like, Wiccans or Norse pagans, but, but for the most part, you know, it's usually that. But, you know, like, in close third, you know, probably, like, Satanists, too. Discord of me? Oh, yeah, that's right, yeah. Discord. Fuck you, Venom, you sleepy bitch. Where is it? There it is. Okay, so... Well, that didn't help. Oh, you mean... Oh, I see what you mean. Well, it's because, like, it's on a split screen, so it's literally showing my screen. That's why. I mean, that's why predominantly. So so I'm kind of behind, like, my little chat thing, and, you know, because if I, you know, pinged it away, see, it just kind of becomes an endless loop. Oh, damn. But hey, I mean, yeah, it ends up, you know, working as, like, a little chat screen, though.
Maybe not more less destructive or more whatever.
I mean, I think it's lame because I'm from the culture where it is predominant. And it's definitely been lame as fuck here.
It's lame, dude.
It's lame.
Super fucking lame.
It's lamer than anything.
You know, like when someone tells me that,
I am a ignore nesting doll.
like I realize that's a major part of someone's personality. I'm just like, oh man,
Like, I hate
much
the
nothing to do
whole-
with you.
I hate the whole aesthetic of Christianity.
Man, I do too, dude. Oh my god.
It's bland. It's basic. It's just boring, and there's nothing.
I mean, I know
to
we're
it.
looking at
It's
a pretty nice.
And you know what? Like, honestly, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, dude, I mean, you know, I love my family down in Texas, but oh my god, it's basic as fuck. I mean, they really are. I mean, I love them though. I mean, I really do, but it's like, I mean, like, they're kind of like easily, you know, interested and amused with various different things, and also that whole like attaching Christianity as like their, you know, like personality is very true, especially with my grandma and my aunts, but you know, not so much with like, you know, my other cousins or like, you know, and shit like that, you know, or like the kids at all, but you know, at least, you know, when it comes to like my aunts and my grandma, yeah, definitely. And it's like, oh my goodness. Again, I love them, but holy shit. I mean, and it really is like very kind of like bland and just kind of rogue, because there's not really like much excitement of like, you know, much creative expression, so to speak, because they're very limited on what they, you know, consider acceptable expression. You know, it's like, I mean, like, I mean, there was literally a scene where, like, I remember it was like, because my aunt likes to oh my god, she likes to watch fucking oh my god, it's so cringe, even just saying it, but she likes to watch NCIS, like, before she goes to bed. She likes to watch, like, an episode of that shit, and there's, like, one where, like, you know, I don't even know the fucking episode, but I sort of I remember these fucking things because of how absurd this is. Like, so I only remember this little bit of detail of the episode, but it's like, you know, the mom, you know, is walking into the kid's, you know, like, room, being like, you know, because he's playing his video game. He's like, well, if you're not going to clean your room, then I will, you know, or whatever the fuck. And then the kid's like, oh shit, no, you know, and she starts inspecting the room and finds like his, you know, Playboy, you know, stash basically, you know, and it's like not even at little Playboys. It's just generic bullshit. Like, so it like, there's like 10 seconds of like a pinup being there. And I heard my mom was like, my aunt being like, oh, no, we're not going to have that up right there. And skipped like a minute forward, which probably left a lot of various different, like, you know, details, you know, of context into the scene or whatever the fuck, but who knows, who cares? I don't give a shit. Like, it's a, you know, cop bootlicking fucking show anyway, so who cares? But, like, I mean, and then, like, it just, you know, and she, like, you know, gets to the scene where it's, like, there's just, like, a gun there, and it's just, like, the kid and the mom just looking at each other, like, what? And that's it. And because I was kind of looking at that, I'm like, you skipped, like, what was literally, like, 5 seconds of a scene, you know, and missed the kind of specific context of the discovery of, like, a major plot point. It's like, congratulations, like, what a prude. Like, how are you that prudish? Like, Jesus fuck, bro. Not prudish enough to freak out if I have a beer for my burger before I leave, you know, like, you know, or whatever the hell. But, I mean, prudish enough to look at, like 2 seconds of a scene, you know, and freak the fuck out over it. And of course, her husband doesn't give a fuck. I mean, I think he, like, looked up for a second and, like, looked back down, like, on his phone, or, you know, doing, like, some puzzle on, you know, or some shot. I didn't know what he was. I forgot what he was doing, but he was, like, doing some other shit. Like, he kind of, like, will look up and look down, you know, he kind of half pays attention to the shit. So, I don't think he would give a fuck one way or the other, but, I mean, God, my aunt, though, she just is a fucking really exceptional weirdo about it. Like, it's really exceptionally prudish as fuck. My other aunt, nowhere near as much. She's a lot more laissez-faire about that shit. But, you know, like, you know, she unfortunately, you know, was sick. So, you know, I couldn't, you know, really see her outside of, like, an hour hanging out with her before I left. But, I mean, you know, either way, I mean, it was still fun and stuff. But and I still love them. But, oh my God, the blandness, though. I mean, what they're saying here, you know, to bring full circle is certainly fucking true. And, Man, I'm just glad I have my own sources of entertainment. I'm just glad I had that, because, like, my God, if not, I would have gone insane.
Looking cathedral, we're saying this obviously is like pretty cool looking, but most of the fucking aesthetic of Christianity just kind of sucks. Like a lot of those old Christian paintings are just fucking monuments to misery.
I mean, think about when this was built and the slum that was in the shadow of it. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
Like, this was just an accumulation of capital. If a rich dude built this, you'd go like, "Oh my God, what excess!" But for some reason, it's a church. These weird old vampires in red robes get to fucking haunt this old fucking church.
I like
the lap of luxury too.
I mean, I just think it's cool architecturally, but
no, it is. It's beautiful, but I'm just saying, like, what it represents
It's horrible.
is complete economic domination of all of the poor people that lived around it.
No, I agree.
Biblically accurate angels are pretty cool. I mean, they're all right. Angels in general.
Oh, is that your comment?
But biblically, like this
unless they're
fucking
evil
biblically
angels.
accurate angel trying to make it like more metal. I mean, it's cooler, but it still sucks. Angels.
I mean, you know, I think, you know, the virtue of Spinosaurus being a weird, like, Bible thumper, you know, in the chat has kind of tainted it, I think. I mean, you know, if you make, I mean, because you can make, you know, a fucking biblically accurate angel pretty metal as fuck. I mean, it's, you know, and, like, I think they can be pretty cool. I mean, I think there is kind of, like, a weird little, like, over-obsession with them, you know, with some people where it's, like, kind of a meme. But, you know, they're still pretty cool. Just take a Bible out of religious context and look at it purely mythology context. Are there not some awesome creatures and shit? There can be. I mean, any mythology has some pretty fucking cool creatures and shit. Like, I mean, Norse mythology got fucking Sleipnir, the 8-legged horse, which Loki birthed. Don't ask how that happened. Seriously, it's very interesting. Yeah, and you got Jormungandr, like the fucking serpent that, you know, circles around the world. And, you know, like, there's a lot of cool fucking shit. You got, like, Fenrir, the, like, giant wolf and shit. I mean, you know, like, and then, like, you know, Greek mythology got, like, you know, the fucking, you know, Cyclops and, like, Minotaur and stuff. Like, you know, like, there's some pretty fucking cool shit in, like, you know, religion and stuff when it comes to, like, creatures and stuff like that. I mean, if anything, it just kind of shows, like, the immense creativity of, like, the human mind, you know, if anything, arguably. I mean, unfortunately, it was just used for more nefarious purposes with religion. It's not trying to be that way, though. It's just because they're already like that. Everyone is just getting it wrong with their paintings of them. Yeah, I suppose.
You know, say something.
I mean, I guess in a way, we couldn't truly comprehend, like, a biblically accurate angel outside of just, like, you know, the, you know, descriptions that are there in the Bible. I mean, but, you know, realistically, I mean, they're technically, like, you know, something that is, they are things that are, like, truly, like, incomprehensible to really, like, you know, explain. Like, you can only really explain, like, you know, elements of them. You know, so, I mean, with that in mind, I mean, you know, I guess, hypothetically, they could really be, like, kind of anything you really want. So, honestly, like, the way I see it, it's like the biblically accurate angels are more of just like a template of, like, you know, things they can add to. Because, I mean, if you really truly can't, like, comprehend them in their totality because of, like, of their immense power of their being or whatever the fuck, right? Like, then, you know, that kind of leaves it, you know, open to interpretation to an extent. So, I mean, if anything, I mean, you could probably make some really fucking metal as fuck looking, you know, biblically accurate angels and shit, you know, just based off of some, you know, cool interpretations of it.
Are you alive? Are you still there?
Oh, here we go.
Wait, what's Spino say?
Ezra was a historical person. Regardless if you believe.
Prove it.
Oh my god, fucking Spino. Prove that shit then, bitch. Dude, there's, like, arguably there's a debate whether he even existed or not, but I think he didn't. I think he was multiple people. Arguably. I mean, because realistically, a lot of these fucking stories in the Bible when it comes to these, you know, different people are realistically just multiple individuals. I mean, you know, like, I mean, like, at least when it comes to, like, you know, specific characters. You know, it's like, I mean, like, and Jesus would, in my opinion, would be one of them. I mean, you know, it's like, and even if he was a real person, he would be kind of like, those, like, the sect of the, Hasidic Jews, fighting the other sect, of the Hasidic Jews, with that weird video about the tunnel riot thing or whatever the fuck. Like, I mean, it would basically be like the ancient equivalent of that, at the time, basically. I mean, that's essentially is what it would be if, he was a real person. It's just like a sect of, Jews at the time, just had a different belief that, did not jive with everybody else, and that eventually evolved and morphed into Christianity and became its own religion when they, like all, like at least when some of them, believed that he came back and all this other shit. So, I mean, it's just like, even if he did exist, it's like, I mean, it all is just comes down to just like religious politics, basically. That's really what it just kind of comes down to.
Prove it.
You can't.
Josephus wrote a paragraph one time, Paul. Come on.
Prove it.
I know that, I mean, when people back in the day decided they should be fat, naked babies with wings, because I imagine the image of eternity with wing multi-eye mustaches wouldn't sell well to a superstitious population. I don't know. Maybe it could. That would be jarring as hell. I'm off to heaven where the cute angels will give me all the food I can eat. What in all that sacred are those things, Angel? There might have been some misconceptions about, our appearance and stuff. Oops. I kind of noticed that there was like a Kyle video that they were looking at. I want to know what the hell that's all about. Where was it? Where would that be? Where would that be in all this bullshit? Wait, how do I get that tiny little... Oh my god, I'm just going to have to literally like do some boops, some bops, and some beeps. I was just there. Shit. Where is it? Where was it? God damn it. Okay. There we go. I'm assuming this is it. Explosive. Yeah, Chris. Yeah, this is it. Okay. I kind of noticed that in the middle of, all that religious absurdity. Very religious-based topical thing tonight. So, kind of digging it. It's not too often we tend to talk about religion on these streams. But, I think we'll have enough of that. And, it's explosive Israel. I guess there might honestly be a little bit of it still. Okay, fucking hell.
Background or green
screen. Not as much,
You should just have a regular background.
There's not... It just doesn't... his nose looks fucking weird. He's got, like, no...
It's like chroma key crap that does.
His nose looks like it's like 2 sizes too large for him.
He's also
like, whoa, yeah, dude, what the fuck? It is. What the hell? Also, religious horror is one of my favorite genres because easy thing to turn on its head, like that one fucked up Jesus picture I showed you one time. Well, subgenre, I mean. Oh, yeah. Oh, I know what you mean. I mean, especially for me, because I like trolling Christians with it. I like trolling Christians with religious horror. I mean, because if anything, I mean, there are a lot of elements of horror, in like horror movies and stuff like that use, religion as kind of like a subtext of the broader, horror genre and shit. Like, like The Exorcist, for example. I mean, so it's, or like Poltergeist is like another pretty good example. So, I mean, there are definitely, like horror movies that like overall, I think, would arguably, fit within that subgenre as well. I mean, if anything, I mean, I dig it. I kind of dig it a little bit because it kind of fucks around with Christians a little bit because they're like, Satanic Panic! But, honestly, arguably, like a lot of times when that subgenre is used, it's actually like, usually meant to be kind of like, pro-religion in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, The Exorcist was meant to be kind of like a pro-Catholic movie, if I remember. Or at least, more pro-religious movie. But yet it was, but like every Christian in America was like, oh my god, what the fuck? It's just like, this is horrible. I thought Rosemary's Baby was overrated. I haven't seen it, so, but I haven't heard a lot about it when it was released, though. but I haven't seen it myself. I'll take your word for it, though.
Yes,
It looks like it doesn't. It doesn't really look like it fucking. Like you can't see the detail of the ridge, so it kind of just like blends.
Yeah, he's got filters on probably.
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
Same
it,
energy.
it looks
this is
unnatural.
garbage. This is garbage.
Since I was
He's got like one of those like youth filters on. Dude, this doesn't even look like the
Oh
same
my
dude.
god, dude! It's an older movie, like 70s, I think. The Exorcist, yeah. I'm pretty sure.
Showing pictures of just now.
It's like 78 or 79 or something like that.
Yeah, his official. I think it was in the house.
I think
His
the
official
Poltergeist
picture-
is in the
Pictures you
80s.
had of him. I didn't even know this was the same dude for a second.
Yeah, he looks way different in that
Joe
picture.
Biden was essentially a U.S. senator. I was 3 years old when he went to Washington.
He's got them Instagram filters.
He's
Oh, yeah, it does.
Instagram in it.
Them catfish filters, dude.
Yeah, this one makes me look good.
He came close under the Clinton administration.
Oh, Westminster, baby. Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, I'm not. I mean, well, with that, see, I don't know. Like, I mean, I've heard about it, but I don't know anything really much about it. I think I remember hearing, like, TJ talk about it or something like that. 68. Oh, it's just, Jesus Christ. Shows how little I know about it. Because I thought there was, like, a newer movie that was, like, under a same or similar name that was, like, more of a recent movie or something like that. Unless I'm just misremembering it. I don't... whatever.
And Jimmy Carter. of
Horror
course,
movies are obviously, you know, on the brain tonight.
with Jordan and also Egypt. But
Wow, I can see why no one showed up for this fucking campaign rally.
Maybe a
Some
remake.
people are just-
Remade.
Maybe.
Some motherfuckers are just instantly boring.
Yeah.
Like, there's just nothing you can do. I don't know what you
This
can't.
dude.
You can't get it out of them. They got,
Yeah, we're still talking about horror movies over here because, I mean, I've been hearing this guy speak and we're literally talking over him because I don't even feel the urge to pause it because I'm like, whatever, we can talk over this fuck. Like, who is, like, this is like Dean Phillips or something? Like, who the fuck is this dude?
they got no charisma coming out the gate.
No chutzpah.
Yeah.
Well, a lot of these
Balls.
people are like, they become these policy wonks thinking if I just explain this to the American people or enough voters, that's going to interest them what I'm saying. But they're way vastly overestimated how much Americans actually care about the actual
Well, another
policy
thing is, like,
and issues like that.
It's one thing to try to, like, communicate ideas, but you have to communicate them in a way that's actually interesting. Like, even a fucking dude like Noam Chomsky has at least got a unique delivery, even though it's like, oh, mom.
TJ?
You know,
it's,
like,
it's TJ that wasn't really good. Here's how you do it. It's about like this, where, it's about just like Noam Chomsky right here. Sometimes he might get a little heated, where he will get a little louder, but this is about here in this about perspective. You're a little not to put a little baritone in there.
Yes, 1% of this country is
It
fucking
stands
doing the
out.
ass, TJ.
like you gotta have a fucking rhythm to your speech and something that, but this guy's just like, droning and numbers and droning and
and I'll tell you, this Israel thing, that when look, Jimmy Carter, he tried. I think Reagan did something. I mean, I don't, it's listless and it's just like someone
Reagan did
droning on
something.
talking.
Can you imagine just like sitting in a room with this guy? He's talking, you're trying to fucking get through a fucking event or something. Yeah, I wouldn't want to fucking
It'd
go
be
to this
painful.
goddamn campaign rally either.
It'd be
Ugh.
painfully boring.
very unsuccessful in addressing one of the most significant challenges facing the world. And I'm sick of the cycle. I am sick of the terrorism. I'm sick of the settlement.
Wow, what a unique.
Oh my god! Wow, man, you sound so passionate, my dude. You're very passionate. Wait, so he's saying he's sick of the settlement. So wait, is he like is he not a Zionist or something? I just heard that. Like, so I mean, but he also said I'm sick of terrorism, which usually that immediately means Hamas. So I mean, like, I don't know, like, he's kind of oh my god. I'm trying to make him sound exciting, honestly, at this point, but it's not working. This guy is really boring. Jesus. You have to explain things the way to keep people's attention or make feel thought down in a couple of sentences, so it's pretty much possible. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, there is a pretty easy way to, like, I think couch, these different ideas, to people and shit. I mean, like, for example, I could do a hypothetical with, like, like if I was a politician about, like, I don't know, let's use, like, unions as an example, just because that's kind of, like, in my bread and butter anyway. It's like, hey, the average work people, aren't able to, put, like, the basic bread on the table and able to, like, to pay, the average rent. A lot of people are fucking having to sleep in their car. Well, I guess I wouldn't have to say fucking. It's like a lot of people are having to sleep in their cars. And it's like, and we need to have, better collective bargaining, more democratization in our workplaces, with the power of unions to, give people, like more of a voice and opportunity to, to like fight for better wages and better conditions and a better work to life balance so they don't have to live in their cars and have to like struggle to pay rent, if they are still, living, with a roof over their head and having to like, scrape by just to get their basic bread. There you go. Pretty simple. It's a pretty quick, and it kind of hits, strong points, hits things that it hits people's interests for sure. It's a basic fucking thing. It's a basic little talking point. I mean, obviously, I would probably have to like, do a minor tweak around the edge, here and there, but nonetheless, it gets to the fucking point and it grab people's attention. Maybe not everybody's, but because it's like, because they're gonna get those fucking dumbasses. Unfortunately, I mean, it's like hopefully they, could change from being a dumbass, but but nonetheless, it's like, you're gonna get those type of people. So it's like, but either way, most people are gonna be grabbed and hooked from some shit like that. I mean, you don't necessarily have to be like very bombastic about it, whatever, but but if you can at least, get people hooked to the broader idea and at least know how to couch it out there, then that's what really matters, at least. You don't have to be the most, like, charismatic, expressive person, to fucking, put it out there. Because I certainly ain't. I can be on these streams, but when I'm out in public just talking to people, I'm, a little bit more, laid back. I don't go out there like, yes, we must do the next revolution. I'm not like being the next Lenin out there in the bar or some shit, you know what I'm saying? I mean, nonetheless, I can still couch the same ideas, and it hooks people in, and, and I've had plenty of interesting, pleasant conversations with people about various different political topics. And sometimes, a little, I want to say heated, but at least a little interesting, with a back and forth of disagreements and stuff. But nonetheless, it's all good, so it's like, still hang out, chat with them, say, hey, what's up, how you doing, blah, 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 and all that shit. It's like, because it's not a big deal.
Hey, I'm sick of it. Sick of it. Oh, I'm mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore.
It's, it's like the two guys, like the purple.
Man, even TJ sounded more excited than this guy. I mean, and that's the kind of thing. It's like, if you just seem like a very boring and rote, like this weird Dean Phillips dork. I mean, even if it might be some stuff that might be interesting, to like talk about, with somebody. I mean, that they might be interested in talking with. It's like they're not really going to be interested if you're just like, oh yes, I will be very monotone, and it's like, I'm kind of sick of some of these things that are happening, and we should do something. I mean, it's like, even if for people that you might hook with, it's like, you ain't gonna be hooking them.
Or whatever.
You'd be dead in the water.
It's like, we're both bleeding red. Violence is bad. Wow, dude, you figured it out. You cracked the fucking code, man. This violence is happening in this volatile region of the world. That should stop. Finally, someone said it.
What do you condemn, Hamas?
Policy. I believe that the Palestinian Authority is corrupt. Hamas is a terrorist organization.
Palestinian Authority is corrupt. They're like the only thing keeping, like, some people from just not going completely, utterly fucking unhinged about the whole fucking conflict. I mean, they're like the last thing, keep people from saying that, like, oh, all the Palestinians are Hamas. I mean, basically. I mean, it's unfortunately a very thin fucking thread. I mean, it's like, good fucking, oh my god. I mean, if anything, they should be having more power. Like, I mean, because fuck Hamas. I mean, obviously they're a terrorist organization, but, like, Jesus Christ, like, taking a jab at the Palestinian Authority, it's like, fuck you, dude.
And Benjamin Netanyahu. All three.
Here's my litmus test for why you should vote for me.
rather than the condemnations. And that means it's time for new leadership, like I said, in the West Bank, in Gaza, and in the West Wing, period.
Congressman, do you believe that Israel has committed war crimes, and would you be committed to holding the perpetrators of those war crimes accountable were you president?
Get him, crystal ball. Get him.
Ball him with your crystals, bitch.
Ball him up with those crystals, girl.
Of a war crime, if demonstrated, and in a court, international court.
What a fuck.
Oh my god, fuck you, you little weasel. Oh my god. I mean, really? Like, oh, well, if proven in, in the court of law, it's like, bitch, it's like, I mean, you don't necessarily, like, they are, like, bragging about it. Like, I mean, like, you don't really, I mean, like, it's kind of a weird time where it's like, you can kind of, like, have, like, just, like, skip the trial process because they are literally bragging about it at this point. Like, they flex it out like it's like a, an average Tuesday for them. They don't give a fuck. Like, I mean, they don't really care about the public perception anymore at this point when it comes to that shit. So, it's like, what are you... like, what? You should be like, once I'm in power, we'll need a law news. Damn. Your words, not mine.
TJ, you're the worst friend. You're talking... Every time you talk about fucking Kyle's girlfriend, you call her a bitch. You objectify TJ.
What are you so mad about, TJ?
Yeah, you're a chauvinistic pig, TJ. Fuck you. How about that, TJ?
Why are you mad?
Because you know what? She's like, TJ, you are uncouth and unfit of my presence. That's what it is.
Damn.
Yeah, he has never forgiven her for
because
being
it's like.
Oh, you mean that dude that talks about like how hot and fuckable I am all the time? Nah, I don't.
I never said that. I just said Wait, what I do? I did nothing. All I said was she should fucking ball his crystals or whatever the fucking hell I said.
Oh, TJ.
Of course. Doesn't matter one's religion. Doesn't matter one's...
Kyle's wife, TJ, is
fucking TJ.
You're like, all those crystals, bitch.
I didn't call her I'm not calling her a bitch. I'm just saying I'm identifying her. It's not the same thing.
Because why? What has she done to you to earn that?
What the fuck, TJ?
Bitch to me. Wait, bitch. When I say bitch, I just mean like female in general, right?
Oh my god, that does not make it any better, TJ. This is not helping you. Why are you taking yourself a deeper grave? I don't even, TJ, that's even worse. I know. Like, what the fuck? Dude, when I say bitch, I'm an equal opportunity defender on that one. I'm weirdly better about this than TJ. Cause I, use bitch on like dudes, chicks, fucking enemy. I don't give a fuck. I'm an equal opportunity offender with that. Like, okay, I'll say bitch even to myself. I mean, it's like, I can be a bitch sometimes. I can be a sassy bitch sometimes. So it's like, I mean, I'm an equal opportunity offender with that. I'm better than TJ about that. Wow, I'm more woke than TJ. Proven here. I might be a dirtbag, edgelord leftist, but more woke than TJ.
Yeah, wow,
and the N-word just means ignorant, right?
It's just part of my broader misogynistic.
I don't know why that bitch don't like me. Fucking bitch, you know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't get it. I know you're such a fucking misogynist.
I'm not paying. No, I'm not.
Dude, Scotty's like fuming on this one.
I'm not saying. I'm not. You're saying she's her and be like you
referring to her as a bitch, TJ. Do you think that's how she wants to be referred to, as a bitch, TJ?
I mean, she can call me an asshole or a fucking douche.
It's okay. It's permissible because you're fine with it, TJ. If TJ is fine with it, then you should accept it. Sounds like a very open-minded policy.
I'm not asking you to accept it. I'm talking about it on another show.
You're just fucking mean, TJ. You're a mean-spirited person.
I wasn't even being insulting.
You're a jerk, TJ.
I didn't even say nothing mean.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
I didn't talk about her no different than I talk about
her. You're referring to someone as a bitch, DJ.
You would not, be calling one of our wives
what's up, bitch?
all the time, dude.
You go up to her and be like, what's up, bitch? You do it?
I wouldn't fucking see him. That's what I'm
saying.
You
wouldn't be cool.
Oh my god, TJ. Cop out. Oh, wow, cop out, TJ. you're straight up gonna be like, oh, I want to say it to her face. It's like, fuck you, come on. Like, well, you're gonna say it behind her back, but not to her face. You're like, wow.
Courage and your convictions were like, you would legit be like, hey, what's up, bitch? I'm TJ. Then at least there'd be something there. But it's like, well, that bitch, you know what I'm saying? Oh, I mean like in a general sense. And it's like, would you say it to her face? Well, no. And it's like, well, yeah, that's an insult.
I wouldn't say it to her face because that's rude, Scotty. I'm not rude.
What? Is it not rude when you're not saying it to her face? Oh my god, TJ. TJ, my dude, my brother in Christ. You're digging yourself a deep in grave the more you spout your mouth. Like, just learn when to just shut up. Like, oh my god. I'm not calling black guys specifically the N-word. I'm just saying that about black people in general. Dude, Paul even said that earlier. I mean, it's like, dude, does he not realize, like, the context of what he means on that and how that could be used in, oh my god, holy shit. TJ, I mean, come on, TJ. Oh my god, dude, we're not even, like, we're what's the date? Yeah, it's the 10th. We're not even halfway through this fucking month of this goddamn year, and TJ's already, like, hardcore canceled himself, dude.
Because you're insulting her.
A real piece of work, TJ.
You are a real piece of work.
You can't determine what someone's insulted by, TJ. You can't determine what someone else is insulted by. You can't.
Hey, shut up.
You can say it's not insulting, but that doesn't mean someone can't be insulted by it.
I'm just saying, and I'm muting you because you will not fucking stop talking over me.
Look at him! Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god! This is gold. This is why I love the guys. This is why. Oh my god! Look at Paul just fucking smiling with his shit-eating grin. Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Oh my god! His fucking shitting grin, dude. Oh my god, it tickles my pickle so much. Oh, TJ, you misogynist pig, you.
Thing is, I can't control whether she's insulted, but I can control what is intended as an insult. Okay, now I finally said my piece, so go ahead.
This guy just leaves. Damn.
Scotty's just leaving.
Guy's gone.
Damn.
He's just done. He refuses to fucking live on
oh shit, he really is gone.
Look at that.
Oh shit.
He's walking out.
He's a ghost.
Scotty went on strike,
then
dude.
He waddled away, waddle, till the very next day. Bump, 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 bump. Scotty walked.
What are we gonna do? Chad, what are we gonna do with these fighting boys?
Them fighting boys, dude.
What are we gonna do with these fighting boys?
The show has just been entirely out of fucking control.
Well, I think we need to do one of these because, like, tonight, dude, I gotta tell you, you heard when I said at the beginning of the show, like, hey, can we just fucking, like, take a sick day or whatever, all of us, and just not do the show tonight? Yeah, I meant it. That was not a rhetorical question. I was not feeling good.
Dude, I feel it. I feel them. Amen to that, dude. I feel that shit. I feel it way too often.
Show. But because we have deviated and had fun with it, I'm better off. I don't care if we missed 8 different stories about somebody that was like hoarding puppies in a fucking tiny little 8x10 trailer or whatever the fuck, and they all starved to death in there. You don't need to hear it. Yeah.
Oh my god.
It's happening. I can't do nothing about it. True. I feel like tonight we barely discussed Israel-Palestine. We kind of joked about the do you condemn Hamas thing. But that hasn't come up in a contentious or like just like in any way. I'm sick of talking about it. Fuck the news, man.
Fuck the news, man.
Fuck the news. Who gives a shit?
Oh, I'm not feeling better. I still feel like shit. But now I feel like, hey, this is not. I mean, but now it's getting worse though. The fucking needle is moving down as this old fuck comes up on the screen.
God. Oh no, yeah, dude, oh shit. Oh fuck, look at this old fart. Oh my, dude, he just looks like a fucking, like, vampiric ghoul. Like, in his throne, like, altar, like, about to fucking commit some ritual, bro. Oh my god, what fucking setting is he in? What is... Oh my god! What the fuck? Oh my god. And they say let them eat cake. Holy shit. Oh my fucking Lord of mercy. Lord of mercy, my stomach bubbling.
Here you go.
I don't want to go. Oh no. Oh fuck. Oh, the flower growing on the sidewalk crack represents her breaking out of her shell and slowly discovering who she is. Wait, what? This is why religious is for me. All I have to do is go on some vague. What's going on with this? Wait, I guess relate to this bullshit. What's going on? Your English teacher thinks what she thinks the author meant, what the author meant. For instance, the curtains were blue. The teacher thinks the curtains represent his immense depression and his lack of will to carry on. What the author meant, the curtains were fucking blue. And the curtains were fucking blue. Yeah, true.
What's he got to say?
No path from this darkness.
Social Photoshop baby between his hands. Yes.
That's right. Cease
Fire now.
Cease fire, you old vampire.
You old vampire goblin ghoul. Ceasefire now, bitch.
New Scotty Cena is Chair Cena. Scotty Chair, yeah.
I hope he still has the fucking wherewithal and presence to at least not get salty in this reply. If he starts having a Jack moment right now,
listen here, Jack.
Listen here, Jack. It's another nail in the coffin. Ceasefire now.
Ceasefire.
Right.
Fire,
You
where
gotta
was
say
it?
something, Biden. You can't just be like. You gotta do something. I think you're just waiting for. Just like, I'll just be quiet until someone escorts them out.
There are people out there that would say, "Oh, this is cringe.
It's cringe.
This is cringe."
It's actually like counterproductive when it comes to the movement and stuff like that. It's actually not like a calculus. My dude.
I think
Just
this makes way more sense to me than blocking traffic for a cause.
This is the most American thing that's happened on Joe Biden's fucking flag draped campaign yet.
So no shit. I mean, honestly, either way, there needs to, frankly, just be, variations of different disruption. Like, I don't really care that much if there's, like, a protest at, like, the Portland International Airport over this situation. Or if, like, fucking, like, they protest, on the streets, or some shit. I literally don't care. I like, whatever. Like, the whole point is to raise awareness of the fucking issue. That's why the protests happened in the first place. I don't really care if it blocks traffic. Like, get over yourself. Like, fuck you.
A little bit of fucking.
I guess not necessarily directly towards CJ, but it's just like still. It's like, the whole point is to, like, raise awareness of it, and the whole point of a protest is that it's inconvenient.
Truth to power happening. I don't think all these protests are working. Then why don't you go fucking do something about it? Yeah, they're not.
Oh my god, there's like a fucker in the chat. Like, oh well, they ain't wearing that. Well, guess what? Like, sitting around, evidently, the whole vote boo now who don't work either, bitch. Like, cause, Biden, is like, it's like, as it stands now, like, if the election were to happen like tomorrow, like, it basically would be like a Trump victory. So it's like, evidently that ain't working either, bitch. So it's like, what, you really gonna throw that, at, motherfuckers trying to do this shit? At least they're doing something. It's like, what, you motherfucker? Oh my god.
Don't tell me you think it's a bad thing that there are people out there that are willing to put their asses on the fucking line to do shit like this, right? These people probably got booked. I don't know if they're going to end up with charges, but they probably spent some.
I have straight up in a fucking jail cell too.
You willing to do that?
Hey, I have. Like, I mean, that's the thing. Like, I mean, I actually have walked the line before. I've walked in these protests. I've been like tear gas, fucking shot with rubber bullets. Like, I mean, like a lot of my fucking Twitch streams, like were from that type of shit. Like, I mean, and also, and like when it comes to it, like, I mean, there was, like I still have the infamous fucking clip where, I was, like fucking arrested, and shit. I've been to jail for fucking justice. I mean, and, the same fucking premise, applies here too. It applies to any fucking form of injustice that happens, whether it's domestically or fucking in the world. We need a solution that starts with V and ends with an E. Frankly, I don't disagree. Oh my god, now you got the fucking SEALs literally chanting 4 more years. They literally sound like Trumpists. Like, 4 more years. Dude, this is what... oh my god. They don't really... These fucking liberals do not have any sense of fucking, like, reflection, dude. Like, oh my fucking god. They just don't. What the fuck? Yeah, let's not challenge anything about this old fucking piece of shit, Genocidal Joe fucking, fuck. Let's not do any of that. Let's just, like, act like a bunch of Trumpists and just, like, chant 4 more years blindly like a bunch of fucking SEALs. It's one thing if it's, like, the general, election when the primaries have already been said and done. But, like, we're still in a fucking primary season. I mean, it's like, geez, oh my god. Again, we literally went from a clown show to a shit show. That's the theme of 2024. Oh boy. Oh fucking boy.
The rest of the crowd is shouting 4 more years now to drown it out.
Oh my god, look at him. He looks fucking traumatized.
He doesn't look like he's got 4 more minutes left.
And just like hearing that and looking at him, I'm like pretty optimistic.
It's like, oh my god, this. Oh my god, the fucking frame we got him on. Like, I mean, he's literally looking like, this is what people really fucking say.
Shouldn't you at least look happy that they're chanting that? Like,
yeah, should
like,
he smile at this point? He just looks scared.
I know.
Like, is Grandpa having trouble remembering what he is and where he's at right now?
It's like he's sitting there thinking, like,
yeah,
4 more years of what? What are they talking about?
What are you talking about?
I don't understand.
Senate can't.
Oh my god, that really, I think, really nailed it there. It's like, I don't understand this 4 more years. Just stop it. Please be silent. Stimulus. Oh my god, we're fucked. Oh my god. Oh my god, we're going the route of Italy right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. I want Operation American Freedom. I want Operation Italian Freedom. Oh my god. What? Fuck me, dude. Oh my god.
Only 2 years, though. It's 1981, right?
Thank you. Look, folks, I understand it. I understand.
I haven't even married my bitch of a wife for 4 more years? No!
I understand their passion. I had it myself once, 170 years ago, when I was a lad.
When I was a wee little lad.
Quietly working.
They're quietly working. Quietly. No, you haven't. You've been quiet, you old fucking fool. You think I ain't doing nothing? I've been quiet. Deep behind the scenes. When no one was looking,
I'm gonna like bust a kidney, dude.
Quiet. I've been working my Joe Biden so under the radar that most of the people didn't even realize I was there.
Oh my god. Dude, when they fuck on Joe Biden, it's the most fucking greatest shit ever.
Like a church mouse, Jack. Snacking on the crumbs of information. Hey, at least
Snacking on the
crumbs. What a complete fucking like abdication of responsibility.
Oh my god.
I've been quietly working for what? Is he gonna say?
Yeah, like quietly working, passing fucking ammunition and weapons and death, and for Israel to just blow the fuck up out of people. Yeah, just quietly working for things like that. Great.
A fucking humanitarian pause or an immediate ceasefire? I don't think you will. Let's see.
With the Israeli government to get them to reduce and significantly get out of Gaza.
Yeah.
Significantly get out of Gaza and reduce what's going on. Fuck this cretinous piece of fucking shit, dude.
Notice the word ceasefire can't come out of his lips. The word immediate pause, humanitarian fucking pause, can't come out of his lips. What did he even say there?
To like reduce and significantly, remove Israel out of Gaza, like something like that.
Work hard behind the scenes to reduce the amount of murder that Israel's doing. So the other day, Jack, Bibi Netanyahu was in his war room. And I was in there, Jack. I was just sitting there quietly. And he was saying, it's time to kill these Palestinians. And then I crept up behind him. I whispered softly into his ear, maybe we ought to reduce. How many are you going to kill? How about 3 or 4% less? And then he turned to me and he was like, well, yeah, maybe, but can we get a couple $1 million worth of guns? And I was like, can you? It's already done, Jack. I brought him with me because I thought you'd ask.
It's already done, Jack.
Quietly working behind the scenes.
Quietly working.
Make sure, DJ, what the American people want happens. We want them to reduce and significantly reduce their overall presence in Gaza. On a timetable, of course, completely up to them.
Completely up to them.
That's what you get when the careless whispers of Biden are in on the power meeting. Not vociferously working and throwing my weight around like I should be. Quietly working the background. Fucking way deep down in the back.
Oh my god. Holy shit, dude. I'm fucking fall, bro.
No one can see, no one can hear. That's what I'm all the time.
Oh god, that just fucking cleared out the lungs like something fierce. Tell you what, brother. Holy shit. Oh my god, I just thought of an intrusive thought. I'm not releasing it. Keeping it in my brain.
Alright, let's get to these fuck.
Oh, we're about that one. I do remember they finally got onto Dawkins. Because there's one point, I guess, Richard Dawkins is awesome, but now he sucks a lot of balls. And what in the fuck is going on here? Someone's weird empty package? Okay. Ugh! The Schneids. Gross. I don't want the Schneids. But I do want the Daltons. This is the Daltons. He used to be cool. I still have the God Delusion. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, but I still have the God Delusion as a book. And honestly, it's just man, at least that book is still good, but man, this motherfucker, dude. I also have the Selfish Gene, actually, now that I think about it, which actually is the book that originated the term memes. And it's just like, motherfucker, dude. Someone ate all the Jolly Ranchers. Oh, shit, someone ate all the Jolly Ranchers that someone had? Damn, that sucks. Man, that's lame. Man, if someone ate all my Jolly Ranchers, I'd be kind of upset. Well, I mean, if they ate some of them, I'd be okay, depending on what flavor they were. I don't like the blueberry ones as much. I like the cherries, the strawberries, and, what else? And the lime ones. Or the green apple ones, I think they are. Blueberry ones are pretty good. But not really a big fan of watermelon, though. Don't like that one. And then I had the best candy, but I hold them to salty candy, and I would throw hands to someone who did that. Oh, dude, straight up, I would totally throw hands. You know what? And before we get into this video, I will take a piss real quick and be right back. Doggo, fluffy little dog. Look at you, you're so cute. Come on. Come on. Oh my god, you goof. Come on. Come on, pup. Come on. Oh. It took you long enough. Oh. Alright, hold up. Alright, before we even get in this video, this is a little too goddamn cute. Alright, hold on. Hope Streamlabs doesn't fuck up. Because this is too cute. Hold up. Let's see. Okay, good then. All right. Look at this. Zuka, hey. Look at his little fluff. Oh, look at that little fluff. His little throne. Little boo boo. Who's a little boo boo? Who's a little boo boo? Oh, sweet little thing. Oh, you're so cute. Look at his little goof. Look at this fucking little malarkey ball. A ball of pure malarkey. Why are you so cute? Why are you so adorable? Look at so. What are you staring at? What are you looking at? Zuka. Baby. Woo boo. Oh my god, you fucking chunk. Big old goof. You're so cute. He's leaning his little face on like the little beam that has that little armrest thing on that chair. So his little face is all like smoosh. It's so cute. Cool. Yes or no? Alright, before we get totally into the video, yes or no on this, what is this? Ooh. What's all inside? What's going on in there? Got some rice, obviously. But what's going on right there? Because, I mean, I like sushi, so, I mean, I'm open to this. I just want to, maybe, get a little bit of soy sauce and maybe a nice, like, bubble tea or some shit like that. I mean, that's something I'd be totally down for. That looks pretty good, honestly. I'm assuming it's like tuna and salmon, something like that. Maybe some shredded salmon. Honestly, you know what's actually pretty fucking banging when it comes to this? If you sear the salmon on one side, or shrimp, depending on what you got. If you do like a quick little sear on the top of that type of shit, if, I don't know exactly what sauce it is. I think it's like a tartar sauce, something like that. I forgot exactly what sauce, but like there's like a sushi place that I'll go to, and they'll do like this like seared salmon and seared shrimp thing, and oh my god, it is banging. Like between that and like these type of sushi rolls that I get that has like a little bit of fried chicken in the roll, that it's really good. I get just like like 3 or 4 little like plate servings of those, which like a plate serving would be the equivalent of like 2 each on a little plate. So when you like order them to go, they just kind of put it all in like one big little box or some shit, and oh god, shit's so fucking banging, dude. Shit's so fire. I mean, I gotta get this off on the screen. It's too good, too delicious. Fuck yeah, I ain't gonna be signing up or logging in. Smash a pass. Let me inspect. Yeah, smash. I mean, I might, skip on those tomato slices because those are a little unnecessary. But I'm assuming that's more for looks more than anything.
Are we free to say no to the falsehoods of trans ideology?
Oh, yes. It's just like the God delusion. Because wokeism in trans ideology is also a religion. So it too is a delusion.
I don't know. I don't know if we are or if we aren't. Give me the Dawkins.
when fucking Scotty, like, wait, was Scotty gone, like, that entire time? When he left after, like, when he went on strike, when TJ's misogyny from, like, like an hour and a half into the stream, wait, was he gone for that long? Like, wait, what? It's just kind of convenient. I skip ahead and he's still gone. Maybe he came back and now he was gone again.
Dawkins.
Well, TJ, I mean, it looks like we're not going to make our goal tonight, but fuck all.
Oh, well, yeah, no, that's bullshit, because evidently it did. Can we do the fast file? I went back in time instead. That's excellent. Good. Thank you, YouTube. I like, there we go. I like how you're finicky about that shit. Oh, there he is. Okay.
Science is loud, TJ.
Oh, boy.
Damn,
yeah, dude. Fucking like Big Bang.
The poetry
Of reality. If it's darkness.
If you're what?
Why is he wearing a Hawaiian shirt?
he has himself in like this like floating to the background and like in space and shit, and it's like, hello. It's an old British dude in a Hawaiian shirt.
Surprise! It's me, Richard Dawkins.
I wish he would get a better camera. I don't understand why the camera quality.
And a better
Is he
fit.
a millionaire?
Yeah, I mean, like after that intro.
Man, you know, and he also has like a cool cameo in a fucking Nightwish album too. And it's like, man, at least Nightwish ain't like unbased. Like they're actually pretty fucking based about a lot of things. So it's just like, god damn it.
Thanks.
The worst time traveler ever. Take me to the year 4000 and you'll end up at the witch trials.
Did, like,
Why I said that in Doc's voice, I don't know, but we're taking it.
Watching this on YouTube, you might have noticed that this episode is a week delayed. But if you want to get early access to our episodes, consider becoming a paying member.
All right.
If you enjoyed this episode, please subscribe and share it with your friends. Thank you for all your support. A few weeks ago, I was
Okay. Oh Jesus!
Oh, hey, a cameo by Moukhwa. See, I knew about this. I wanted to at least check this out because why not? But hey, there's Moukhwa. How much more was needed? Push for that Turf Dawkins, which obviously was there, and then Tucker the Cucker. Oh my god! What happened to him? Holy shit! What? Oh my... Dude, he looks like about as ancient as the dinosaurs. Oh my lord.
He looks like he lost about fucking 20 pounds.
Dude, that was jarring.
Oh my
He went from like,
wow.
I guess he
hold on.
Okay. Oh geez.
If you enjoyed this episode, please subscribe.
It looks embalmed. Oh my god, I know, dude. Oh my god. Oh, dude. Oh, man. It's like my body's like going back and forth to which kidney to bust from laughter tonight. Because, oh my god. Oh. Holy fuck.
With your friends. Thank you for all your support. A few weeks ago, I was
Oh, Jesus. He looks
Dude, Paul's like... Dude, Paul's like a little... Whoa! It was so... Oh my god, dude. I love it. I can't even bring forth a way to explain. I just love it. His little... Whoa! I mean, holy shit, that little whoa! Fuck.
Here, what happened? He looks like he lost about fucking 20 pounds.
Dude, that was jarring. He went from like, I guess when he was doing his ad, he was like, I need to keep my posture good and stuff. When he's just doing his show and shit, he's just like,
girl.
I'm tired, TJ. I'm so tired.
Thank you for all your support.
I want to see that again.
A few weeks ago,
Whatever that little light that moved through the shot was, it didn't do you no favors. I don't know what the fuck happened here.
And why did that like sound too like that little? It sounded like some weird shit you would hear from like the original series of Star Trek as like a little like, all right, beam me down, Scotty. And then, it's like, I got him. And then that would be like the noise, like the little fucking thing would like, beam me down with, dude.
It looked like it was the light that came pouring out of the fucking Ark of the Covenant.
Oh, shit, dude. Yeah, you melted a little bit after that, son of a bitch.
Oh, shit.
I was commissioned by the London Evening Standard to write an article as part of their campaign in favour of free speech.
Oh, God.
They titled it, "How Can We Have a Proper Debate When We No Longer Speak the Same Language?" It was later posted on Twitter. Here is what I wrote. I was about to start work on this commission.
Dude, I don't remember him being so frowny.
Yeah.
Why does he look like he just looks miserable now?
Heavens, Paul.
Oh my God, dude. His head looks like it's literally like a lollipop on a stick, dude. I mean, like, holy shit. Did he lose like an arm or something? Like, I mean, what? Oh my God, he looks so strangely misshapen. What the fuck happened? What happened to him?
I don't understand. I'm just a frowny old man now.
Paul, the ideology wins, Paul. Free speech is dead.
And that's when I noticed, I don't know. It kind of fucking coincides with this turf arc, though.
Dude, he's got a fucking... He's got a fucking...
Dude, how much do you want to bet that, like, J.K. Rowling just, like, harnessed a lot of his essence, like Hillary Clinton harnesses, like, Bill Clinton's essence?
That cavern, dude. I feel like it's like, what's that fucking shit they have to do at the end of Star Wars?
That's
a flying...
Dude, that's not even...
To get the exhaust port?
Yeah, that's not even a nunch anymore. That's like a Star Trek anomaly.
Star Trek anomaly! What the fuck? Oh my God, holy shit, dude.
His neck on a kind of... It makes me feel a little uncomfortable, honestly.
Oh my God, it really does. What? What? Oh my God. Like, holy shit. Like, from this point down, it just looks like a weird little... Oh my God. Oh, fuck. That is... Oh, dude, it really does make me uncomfortable, too. What the fuck? What the fuck, bro? Oh my God. Dude, what is happening with him? Like, I don't remember him being this, like, just misshapen. Like, I mean, what happened? Like, holy shit. Is he...
Leaning forward a lot. He's like doing like this.
Ugh, get a turtleneck or something.
Came an email from Twitter. They'd received a complaint.
Was that really in that video?
So the following tweet.
I'm fucking serious, dude. His neck fucking makes me uncomfortable.
What's wrong with that, TJ?
I don't know. I just don't like it. It makes me feel weird. The way it looks.
Even Zukov's freaking out about it. Hey! Bruh, get over here. Come here. Come on, bro. Dude. Oh, Jesus Christ. Bruh. What, do you need me to, like, open the door or something for you so you don't have to, like, freak the fuck out? Hey, shocker. Nothing's going on outside. Who would have thought, dog? Wow. Nothing's happening outside. Shocker. So what the fuck you barking about? Shut the fuck up. Big butt. God.
Like one in that neck pussy.
No.
God, what, Scotty?
So you're uncomfortable. You can't because you're wonder why you're strangely attracted.
No.
To Turfy Dawkins.
I'm afraid not.
Turf Dawkins, dude.
Sex is not...
And deny it all you want.
But it's not your gender that gives you the physique to
It's
tower.
Turford Dawkins. Turford Dawkins, dude.
Little women athletes and break their swimming records. It's your sex. It's not your undressed gender that upsets women in changing rooms. It's your sex. You can't eat your cake and have it. Twitter.
You can, though. I do
Yeah.
all the time.
He
You
said it
can't,
with
though.
such a fucking... Look at his little bleary eyes.
And also, like, I mean, like, sex is different from gender. I mean, you especially being, like, some evolutionary biologist, you know, guy should understand that, motherfucker.
Dude, part of his face is a frown. Like, his
Is
eyes...
Dawkins just like... Is Dawkins like just like early onset dementia here?
I think so.
I mean, is he
Oh, man, you know, that would probably explain some of it.
slowly
I
losing
don't know.
it.
He's stuck. He's brain broke on this fucking sex gender distinction. He answers his own fucking question with the first quote: "Sex is not the same as gender." And then he fucking tries to tie it to this trans athlete thing, which the Richard Dawkins I remember would have decried as a ridiculously tiny sub percentage of overall athletes. So like trans athletes are fucking like swarming into every sport or whatever the fuck. It's a non-issue. They deserve to participate. There's not enough of them around to make a trans league. And so the best, least fucking exclusionary thing to do is let them fucking compete. Sometimes they win, sometimes they don't. It's just a nothing issue. And
it really is. Like, I mean, this is really fun when it comes down to for a lot of, like, you know, people on this issue. Like, I even know some people that, you know, are pro-trans to an extent. And that extent is like, oh, well, you know, women's sports and stuff, man, and shit like that. Like, I mean, I will admit, like, there'll even be, like, some, like, progressive lefty types that will actually kind of, you know, go down that kind of card. You know, a little bit. You know, where it's just like, you know, it's like, hey, I'm all for trans rights and stuff, but, you know, it's like, there is, like, you know, some biological, like, stuff, you know, where you can't really change that, and it's like, and blah, 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 and, you know, they'll, you know, and a lot of it, I think, is just kind of due to, at least, you know, like, an ignorance to a degree, but, I mean, like, but it's still something that I do hear, legitimately, and honestly, a woman, it's kind of strange, it's like, so you're, like, left as fuck on, like, pretty much, like, most issues, but, like, suddenly you're kind of, like, centrist, or at least, like, even, like, kind of right-leaning on this issue. It's like, what? It's a little confusing, to be honest. But I've heard it before. Like, I've been to enough, like, punk shows and talked to some people who are certainly lefty as fuck, but every now and then I'll find one that has, like, you know, an oddball issue. I'm just like, huh? And sometimes it is this, you know, when it comes to, like, you know, trans people in sports and shit. I'm just like, I mean, you know, because, and I'll always mention, it's like, I mean, considering there's so little of them, and even Paul mentioned it, it's like, and so few, there's not enough to have, like, a full league of their own. So, I mean, you know, just let them compete, because, like, you know, it's not every time, you know, they win, and also, it's like, sometimes, like, in a state, there would literally only be, like, one trans person, like, period, you know, that's into sports. So it's like, it's not a big deal, just because they happen to, you know, win, you know, or some shit. And even then, like, I mean, there's, like, you know, one chick who, like, got, like, third place in the trans person she freaked the fuck out over, got, like, second or something like that, or some, like, story like that, or I think it was, like, she got fifth place and the trans person got, like, third or something like that. It was, like, some story. and now she's just, like, a part of, like, the right-wing fucking grift arc and shit because of it. But, like, she, you know, like, lost, but also technically the trans person lost too. But because she happened to, you know, be better than her, she wanted to make a whole fucking spiel about, like, oh my god, see, this is what happens when you let these people in sports. Like, they just, like, you know, outcompete all of us. And it's like, that's not even the case for you, bitch. Like, I mean, it's like, she, you know, that trans person still lost to other, you know, fucking cis women. So it's like, I mean, evidently, both y'all need to get good. I mean, because there was other, you know, chicks who were better than y'all. So, like, what are you bitching for? I mean, you should be, you know, complaining about the cis chicks because, like, they were better than both of you. So what's the point? Like, you know, what are you bitching about? I mean, it's like, it gets so fucking ridiculous. And you know, like, 99.9% of the time, like, these motherfuckers who cry about this type of shit never give a iota of a flying goat fuck about women's sports up until, like, this whole thing became, like, you know, an astroturfed issue. Like, until it was, like, manifested into the culture war, this was never an issue that anyone ever gave a flying fuck about, and no one gave an iota of a go fuck about women's sports, period. I mean, and honestly, there is legit, like, a lot of undermining, you know, of underfunding and lack of proper equipment and legit, like, you know, sexism when it comes to women's sports in comparison to men's sports, to be frank. I mean, it's a separate issue, you know, on its own. But none of these, like, turf-ass motherfuckers, you know, like, especially on the conservative side of things, you know, would ever gave a fuck about that shit. And frankly, the only reason why I know about that type of shit and why I, at least at this point, I do kind of consider it and, think that, hey, if, we're going to have, these different separate leagues and shit, they should at least be equally funded and equipped and all that type of shit. That's at least the bare minimal. Like, I mean, because you'd figure that would at least be the case, but I guess it isn't. So it's like, what the fuck? I mean, they should obviously be given the equal treatment, but they're not. I mean, and I think it shows very immensely. Because the only time, people ever really do give a shit about the sport is basically just like to ogle at Booba and, Bude. That's basically it. It's just like to ogle. Which, I mean, it's like really, at that point. I mean, because, again, they don't give a fuck about the women's, sports and shit. They don't want to freak out about it because, it's like, oh, well, that actually might be a man I'm ogling at. It's like, well, fuck you.
To claim like we're just battering down the doors of traditional gender distinction
Goofy
or whatever
butt.
the fuck.
Look at you.
It's just not true.
Oh my God.
It's just overblown, overhyped, crotchety old man nonsense.
Let me clutch these pearls.
You're such a goof.
Since Nicholas ruled the complaint and cleared me of the prescribed sins that they helpfully listed for me.
Prescribed sins? Oh my God, you ain't no fucking martyr, Dawkins. Like, really? You ain't a fucking martyr, bro. Like, oh my God, man. I wish he'd just stay in his fucking lane. Like, what the fuck? Why did he, decide to, fixate on this weird shit, man? Like, why? Dude, Doc, it's... Oh my God, I really honestly thought it was better than this. Dude, like, I mean, because there was, a legit... because I honestly, for a time, legit, unironically, looked up, at least as in a sense of an inspiration for a lot of my views. And frankly, I mean, to an extent... At least pre-Turf Dawkins, that's still true. I mean, when it comes to being skeptical of religion, being critical of religion, especially Christianity, when it comes to appreciating science and things like that. Like, I mean, he's definitely him and Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's a few people, especially at least when it comes to the appreciation of science aspect about my broader worldviews, where they play a pretty big inspiration for that. And it's and now this motherfucker is just pretty much foregone that, for his prescribed sins of just being a turf, dumb fuck, bigoted asshole. It's I mean, what the fuck? I mean, seriously? It's man, you just become an old fucking, woe is the son for the sins of the woke generation, old boomer fox, dude. It's God damn it. Is there any of them that are gonna stay kind of cool? Cause there's very few. And the ones that I do know of that are actually still cool as old farts and shit, no one really knows much about. Or at least vaguely.
Speech, violent and hateful entities, child sexual exploitation, abuse, harassment, hateful conduct.
Harassment. You fucking Brits.
So I think this is a self-fulfilling cycle. I think that he's been attacked so many times now that he's bitter about it, and he's just he's never going to back down at this point. He's a crotchety old man, like you said. And every time he probably puts a video out or does anything, he probably gets flagged to death. Probably, in some cases, even falsely.
Harassment. Because
they hate Dawkins now. Some of these people hate Dawkins.
I read The God Delusion. He talks in The God Delusion about human empathy being, a great adaptation, but one that maybe opened us up to exploitation by these kind of religious ideologies and shit.
Sure.
So he knows that human empathy is important to the human species and that it's widely practiced, but he can't find any human empathy for trans people on this issue because he's just stuck on this idea that gender and biological sex have got to be inextricably linked, or that there's no way to recognize one without diminishing the other. It's just fucking retarded.
It really just is. I mean, because they're, even though they can, overlap, I mean, they're separate from each other. At the end of the day, there are going to be people out there because it's just a fucking fact on the virtue that they just exist. And, these people are like, hey, I identify, from what my biological sex, says otherwise, essentially. Hence why, trans people exist, duh. So it's like, I mean, just on that fucking virtue, and it's like, and it just kind of proves that, like, they're certainly separate from each other. I mean, and honestly, like in human history and shit, at least in recorded history, like, I mean, and what we've discovered, it's like we know that for a fucking fact that like there are different cultures, throughout human history that have expressed multi-genderal like aspects of society, where like and this is like a right-wing meme where it's like, oh, they dig us the bones and they see like a woman who is buried with her husband's like weapons of honor or stuff like that, blah, 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 or some shit. It's like, no, like that's not kind of completely the case, entirely 100%. I mean, sometimes it is, but sometimes it ain't. It just kind of depends on what archaeological site you're talking about, too, to be fair. But also, it's like, I mean, there's even legit overt, at least historical precedent of it, too, as well, because there were different Roman emperors who were overtly trans, who would identify as, like, female, despite, being, like, Roman emperors as, like, depicted, at least historically, as, like, men and shit, who, like, and all that, despite the fact that they did express themselves in those ways. So it's like, I mean, obviously, there are various different, elements of human culture, and that's just like barely even beginning to scratch the surface, let alone just scratching the initial surface of the shit, of like how, complex that, type of shit is, especially when it comes to like human history. Because it's like, indigenous peoples of, just the Americas broadly, let alone just the North Americas that have like different, multi-gender concepts and stuff like when it comes to things like two-spirit and things like that, and all that shit. I mean, it's just like, it's pretty fucking obvious that they're separate. It's like, and in different societies and cultures all over the fucking world, had variations of expressing that. And I mean, it's like, and again, especially for someone like Dawkins, this motherfucker should know that. Especially being like some evolutionary biologist and an and a atheist type. Like, I mean, but no, he literally thinks it's like some form of religion, because he's like literally said like and proposed like the idea of like it's wokeism of religion. It's like, in one, no, it ain't, and two, like what the it's like he literally sounds like a typical right winger on this issue at this point. It's like, what the fuck. Like, why are all of them like this? Like, holy fuck. God, especially for Dawkins, because, I mean, for me, this is, like, kind of a personal, like, grind in my gear, because, like I said, I mean, I kind of looked up to him a little bit. Like, one of my favorite bands cameoed him as, like, a narrator for, some quotes, from, like, for one of their albums and shit, like, so it's like, I mean, this dude is, been at least, like an influence in some of my, like, upbringing when it comes to, like, at least in some elements of my, like, broader worldviews and like, weirdly enough, music, too. And it's just like, and now he's this. I mean, oh my God. I mean, just look at him. Like, what happened to him? Like, holy shit. Like, holy fuck. Man, just becoming a, like, evil, weird fuck, just really does something to a motherfucker. Like, Jesus.
Right? It's a strange hill to die on.
Non-consensual nudity, account compromise, plus various legal technicalities. I'm sure the complainant was sincere, and that's my point. A certain type of...
Why is his fucking mic pointed, like, down to his chest?
No, it's shocking to me the low fucking production quality of his shit, given his stature and his access to money and fucking resources.
I mean, he could just have someone run his show and just show up. I think
he could hire a fucking videographer to just come and do this.
I mean, even if he doesn't want to do that level of production, I mean, he can do a basic level of production. That's way better than
right, or even just have someone set him up a fucking setup that just works, and then you.
I mean, that's what he should be doing anyways.
Trans win everything though by a lot. That's the problem. Actually, they don't. If you actually are interested in knowing the truth and not just...
Wait, is that someone in the fucking chat? Oh my God, I kind of wish I can... Wait, is there a way to do that? I know like YouTube has a process of bullshit. Oh shit, yeah. I want to see. Who the fuck said that? Who the fuck said that? Where is it? Oh, wait, is this still the very beginning here? Wait, hold on. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, there we go. Alright, who the fuck said that? Okay, there's dinosaurs being... where? Who? Oh, this guy? This Luke M. I mean, already right off the bat, just there's so many fucking red flags. Just trans win everything though, by a lot. That's the problem. Like, just trans win everything though. And there's the story of that, like I said, that like, you know, one swimmer who like is grifting on the fucking right wing arc now. I think she even cameoed in Lady Ballers, for fuck's sake. I mean, she's on that grift hard. Like, and she got like 5th place or some shit. The trans person got 3rd, which implies that the trans person didn't win. They got their place, which is top 3, but they still ain't winning. You know, it's like, I mean, so what the fuck? I mean, they don't. They don't win everything, though. So this is bullshit. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you freak? What? Man, motherfuckers like this, dude. Dude, it's just so... You know, and even, you know, it's like... You know, like... It's like, man, even if they really think this type of bullshit, why in the fuck do they care? Like, seriously. Like, why is it your problem? Like, you know, because... Like, for what? Because, you know, it just, you know, makes you uncomfortable or something? Like, why is it your fucking issue? Like, even hypothetically, if I, you know, had, like, you know, some weird, you know, like, oh, well, trans people are weird or something, which, you know, I've met enough trans people to know they're pretty fucking badass, if anything. I mean, they're pretty cool. Like, I mean, I directly know, like, trans people. Even one of my friends' siblings is trans. Actually, I know multiple friends who have their siblings who are trans. So it's like, I mean, you know, like, yeah, it's like, so, I mean, they're literally just like any other fucking person. But, like, you know, in a fucking weird alternative universe where I still think, like, well, they're still just weird, or whatever the fuck. I mean, whatever. Like, I still, like, and really at the end of the day, it's, like, their prerogative. Like, I don't give a shit. Like, I mean, you know, like, because there's plenty of things that, you know, people do that I think are pretty fucking weird as shit. But, you know, it's their prerogative. They could do what they want. Like, I don't care. Like, people got some weird things about themselves, and I wonder why we're species sometimes when I see that. But, you know, hey, you know, like, whatever, it's their prerogative to do so. I mean, but guess what? Being trans is anywhere near on that fucking forte of it, though. There's plenty of things that I personally think are a lot more fucking strange than that, because, I mean, being trans is basically just like, you know, just being human, honestly, as far as I'm concerned.
Bullshit. And you look at the amount of trans athletes that compete nationwide and worldwide versus the amount of trans athletes that are the champions of their sport or whatever the fuck. It's an infinitesimally small number of an infinitesimally small number of people. It's a tiny speck on the fucking chart that barely deserves mentioning. And you treat, and you're in here proffering this bullshit that trans people just win every goddamn thing they're in. They actually
I searched for that, and one thing I found was Alliance Defending Freedom: trans athletes breaking record in women's sports. So this is what they claim.
What do they claim?
A 50-year-old 6'6" man who played college men's team 30 years prior, played on a women's junior basketball team. Okay.
With what league? With what? Was it just some like?
And also, like, I mean, that doesn't necessarily sound like someone who's like transo. I mean, maybe they are, but and if they are, like, okay,
in the local league or whatever the fuck. If so, who cares? That's not an example of somebody taking the championship or whatever by just pretending to be a woman at 6'6" and dunking on all of them. That's retarded. Next.
Let's see. Next one is a male athlete who formerly played on an NCAA Division III women's soccer team, now plays for U.S. women's beach handball.
Oh no!
Oh god, the fucking travesty! Ah! I mean, my fucking god, dude. I mean, and this is like the fucking things they freak out about, dude.
like, and you know what the funny thing is?
But as we know
the
it,
people that make this argument, this is my favorite part about this. My
fine.
favorite thing to point out too. These motherfuckers couldn't give a fuck about women's sports.
They care about beach handball.
That's what I was saying from earlier. They couldn't give a fuck.
Come on.
Beach handball? Give me a break. Oh, it's like, oh yeah, someone, in men's beach handball is now trans and now they're in women's beach ball. It's like, fuck, get the fuck out. It's like, dude, I mean, like, it's like, it's just like, at that point, it's like, shut the fuck up. It's like, good lord. I mean, it's like, at that point, you literally got nothing to complain about if that's like your fucking concern in life. Like, good lord. These people are just unhinged, man.
NBA is just like not even watched. Nobody cares about it. But then they want to act like they're just so defensive of the sanctity of the sport. And it's just like, why don't you show up and patronize any of these female athletes or teams?
Let's see another one. A male athlete compete on a women's cricket team in England. Another male. So I understand there's trans people in sports, but I'm not saying where it's like they won everything.
I thought the whole headline was
here's
like
one. A male athlete won gold in the women's 200 meter sprint in both 2018 and 2019 Masters Track Cycling World Championships. Okay. That's what they're saying. So that one, at least one, that person.
So we've got one example.
Okay, so one example out of like at least like 5 that they listed so far. Wow, we got a major problem here, folks. Oh shit, better crack down on this fucking crime against humanity. So like, I mean, good lord, dude.
Somebody winning a high level.
Oh my god, women's disc golf.
Disc golf. Oh my god, dude, Jesus Christ, disc golf. Disc golf. Bruh, when I was playing disc golf, it was literally like no one, like it was literally with like different like little like youth group things and shit, like little after school youth group activity shit. Which guess what? There's like boys and girls included in that. Like what? What? So like, oh my god, why? Oh my god. You know what? Maybe like the better, more like enlightened centrist take on this, hot take, is instead of genderifying all these fucking sports, maybe just make it based off of like, skill tier based leagues and shit. So you have different leagues based off of different skill sets and shit. And you know what? Yeah, maybe, some of, a lot of different leagues are going to be very mixed and some of them might be predominantly men, some might be predominantly women. But you know what? At that point, that's just to roll the fucking dice, at that rate. You know what? If there's some trans people that happen to be on some of the upper leagues or some of the other mid leagues and shit, oh my god, then who gives a fuck? It's all based off the skill and like, if you're good or not, basically at that point. Like depending on your fucking like skill and your abilities, in this specific sport and shit, you'll be in a certain fucking league. It's like, there you go, boom. Problem solved. Oh my god, oh wow. It's like, because this is the whole idea of sports, like skilled based competition shit. So what's the problem? Like just combining all the fucking shit and just make like, multiple different like, leagues and shit. So instead of having like, just a one NFL, specific thing or whatever the fuck, you just have the different specific leagues, that represent, those different type of like skill sets for the different sports and shit. That to me, that makes more sense.
Men,
Professional-
mixed.
Why just have all of it mixed in? I mean, at that point, you know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying, though. Like, I mean, if the whole idea of sports is, like, skill-based competition, like, that'll kind of, like, remove the whole, like, stupid, weird bullshit,
Men are better, they have...
Not necessarily of all sports. I mean, some sports women definitely are better at, but, it, like, again, that's why I'm saying, like, it should just be skill-based type of shit, because, at that point, it's just a roll of dice, because, with some shit, women are going to be better. Some shit, men might be better.
Football, baseball, yeah, there's a different...
Well, baseball, okay, that one could easily be, like, that one could easily be, like, mixed for sure. I mean, football, maybe, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Like, again, why should it really fundamentally matter? If, like, there's a woman who wants to play the fucking sport, let them fucking play it. And there are, like, women's leagues of those sports, so obviously there are women that want to play the sports. So why should it fucking matter? If they don't happen to hit, like, the fucking, like, top-tier fucking champion, like, levels outside of maybe, like, one or two of them, then, you know, hey, so be it. That's it. Like I said, at that point, it's just to roll the fucking dice of their skill sets. I mean, that's basically, you know, the whole, you know, idea and shit.
Good enough, we should be able to compete and get on the team like anyone else.
That's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, you know, it's just like, you know, like every, you know, like league, you know, when it comes to like those skill sets and shit, like you'll have like your lower leagues, your mid leagues, and your higher leagues and shit. Like there'll be, you know, different teams, you know, for those things, you know, and so it's like, I mean, you know, there'll obviously, you know, like be more teams, so to speak, you know, when it comes to like, you know, sports season and shit. But if anything, it doesn't that just add the fun to the whole competition and like, I'm rooting for this team because they got this person, you know, like, I mean, there's a whole fucking culture in America about this shit, okay? So it's like, I mean, it you know, it just kind of adds a little bit more, you know, flavor, so to speak, as far as I'm concerned, to the whole, like, sports culture in America, you know, even though I don't really give a fuck about it. I mean, you know, because it's already, you know, because a lot of people already give a pretty heavy fuck about, like, you know, their big team and shit like that, so it's, you know, whatever.
She went into college, you know, she played football.
Oh, yeah, there's like this,
And she didn't let the other players know. She'd just be out there on the field ready to play.
Well, no, it's actually a recent story of, like this, girl in college that, just, like, incessantly pushed and pressured to be like, no, I want to fucking play football because she was allowed to do it in high school. So, you know, she got on a college football team because she basically incessantly pressured and, like, just basically proved her worth, essentially. And they're like, well, hey, you actually can fucking play, so we'll let you on team and shit. And that's kind of the, like, in validation of the idea. It's like, hey, they got the fucking skills to pay the bills, so to speak, then just let them fucking play. Like, I mean, you know, the whole, like, the biological sexual gender shouldn't have to fucking play a role. If they got the skill set, you know, so to speak, to play the fucking game and compete, like, with everybody else and are at least, you know, on average, at least just about as good as everybody else, then why in the fuck should it matter? Like, I mean, that's kind of essentially the whole idea of having, like, you know, just, you know, a non-sex gender-based type of, like, you know, league-based type of just skill set-based type of, like, you know, league system instead of, you know, how it is right now. Because I think it would just be, if anything, you know, even, you know, offer more opportunities for up-and-coming, you know, athletes and shit and give them more opportunities to potentially, you know, compete. Because if you have, like, you know, the lower leagues and shit, you know, it offers, you know, more of an opportunity besides just being on the college team, basically. You know, it's like, because they, you know, because it can at least, you know, give an opportunity for up-and-coming athletes that don't necessarily hit the shot for, like, you know, the Seahawks or whatever the fuck and shit. So it's like, you know, if they, you know, don't hit the mark with that, there's kind of a little SOL, basically. And they just kind of have to hope that, you know, maybe they can just, you know, try to pressure and shoot the shot for some other team or whatever the fuck. So it's like, I mean, in a way, it would also give more of an opportunity for up-and-coming athletes that are trying to kind of, you know, shoot their shot a little bit, so to speak. No pun intended. So, I mean, I think it's just kind of a win-win across the board to just, like, you know, kind of rethink about, like, you know, the broader culture of sports a little bit, at least, you know, to, you know, generally be more inclusive, because I think it genuinely would give more opportunities for just regular, average, just up-and-coming fucking people. I mean, because that's really what it's really about. Because, like, again, like, trans people being in sports, that's, like, the most tiniest fucking minute fraction of the whole fucking, like, industry and sports when it comes to, like, the athletes and everything else and all that other shit in between. They're a fucking minute little thing. Like, I mean, but in a weird way, you know, at least, you know, because of that, I've learned some different things about, like, you know, like, about the sports industry just kind of broadly, where I'm like, you know, things probably could change and actually could be better, you know, just even for the consumers and for the athletes and for just the industry in general. Because, like, I mean, it's, at least in America, it's just, like, not really seen as, like, you know, it's kind of like seen as, like, you know, just, like, very big, like, consumers, like, just, like, a major entertainment thing, and doesn't really consider too much of the athletes as much. And because especially when it comes to, like, yeah, the women's leagues, like, they are way more mentally underfunded and more under-equipped, and like they're and stuff like that. So I mean, in a weird way, it's kind of at least brought some awareness to general actual problems, when it comes to like the broader sports industry. But it's like, I mean, if anything, it just kind of makes me more, affirmed that the idea is like, why have them so separate and shit? Just like, make it more equalized and just make it more based off, the skill of the fucking player.
Yeah, women's basketball would be much more popular if they actually had women with breasts playing.
Oh my god. That plays in the fucking role of what I mean when it comes to people. The only time they ever ogle at, sports is that. I mean, I'm
just joking.
I know you are. I mean, but like logistically, it gets in the way when you're trying to dribble a ball, and
yeah, I know.
And also you kind of wanted to kind of be more, if you want to try to like avoid getting your ball snatched, you kind of need to be up close, compact, like. Oh my god, man.
Yeah,
the boomerism came out hardcore with that one.
Physiological differences between men and women. So some sports doesn't matter, but other sports it does make a difference. But if you're good enough,
I mean, sure, but at the same time, they're like not every woman and man's built the same, so to speak. I mean, there are definitely a lot more women that tend to be a little bit more like masculine built versus like being more feminine built. So it's like, I mean, it's not like a total absolute with that. I mean, because there's definitely examples in contemporary and historically where there's women who are pretty much just like straight up like, as like brosive as fuck, just like any other dude. Yeah. Yeah, basically, yeah.
Pick it up, okay, we'll move it over here.
Like shield maidens, like strong women shit, yeah.
Teeny, skinny women that.
And same thing for dudes. I mean, that's why like femboys are a thing, and then you got like fucking big fucking lumberjack bear fucking beefcakes of men. It's like you got those dudes, and then you got like little twinky ass femboys. So I mean,
I've seen little skinny guys that shock the shit out of you for what they can do. Strength wise.
That's true.
They're little teeny, skinny, wiry guy. There's women like that too. They're just like, oh.
Yeah, and they just kind of unleash like this weird secret strength that they have.
Grab up 2 60, 90 pound bags, 170 pounds of cement mix, and bring it over and throw it in the wheelbarrow to get mixed. I'm just like, damn.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've seen it at my work too.
Really do that.
Like, I've seen some, like, I mean, I have some coworkers who are straight up kind of like petite as fuck, and like, I've seen them, like, have to lift some shit where I'm struggling to lift, and they're just like, they're struggling too, like I am, but they're just like, just doing it too. I'm just like, man, it's like, do you need help? Like, I mean, I do too sometimes, but I'm like, holy shit.
I don't want to mess with her.
Yeah, no shit. Sure, I'll come here so I can out smoke and out drink him. You really seriously think that? I mean, the out drinking part, maybe. I don't know about that part. But at least for the out smoking, I can easily out smoke you, dude. I'm feeling pretty confident about that. I've seen videos of you smoking. You're just like fucking coughing up a storm, bro. Like, I mean, that don't do good for the throat nor the lungs when it comes to trying to out smoke someone. Like, I mean, I feel pretty confident about at least out smoking you. The out drinking part, I mean, hey, I'll leave that one, up to fate. I can smoke an ounce in a couple days. Realistically, I honestly could too if I really wanted to. I don't because, I mean, like, dude, I get dummy thick high sometimes and I'm just retarded. So I don't want to do that. So, like, I mean, I kind of keep it more on the regular. But, if there's a challenge set before me, then I'll fucking do it. I'm a daily chiefer, bro. I can only get so high. Same here, but like, see what I mean? I could probably have smoked Venom, assuming we're talking joints rather than bongs. Probably bongs. Anyway, some weed. Once I'm stoned as fuck. Well, see, like, if you're gonna try to outsmoke me and you only get so stoned and then you're gonna call it good, I'll still fucking chief that shit up. Because I can fucking, continue that chiefing, dude. I'll keep chiefing, baby. Most spectacularly on bongs. I hate them fuckers. I mean, with joints, with Venom and me, dude, I mean, I don't know, bro. I feel like I could probably, I don't know. We'll have to, if Venom comes up here after I visit him, then, we'll have to see about that. Definitely have smoke you, big dart. I don't believe you. I mean, look how clean I just took that hit. Not even coughing. Not even coughing. I feel, dude, I could take another one right the fuck now and not be impacted an iota. 100% could. Bullshit. Bullshit. Dude, did you just see how clean that was? The execution of that hit? I mean, come on, dude. That was like you and I smoked him. That's a strong claim. That's a strong claim there, son. Doesn't matter if you cough as long as you keep coming back. Well, like I said, the more you cough, especially if you're coughing the hit out, the harsher it gets each time. It's not as harsh if you hold that shit in. In fact, I proved that because my throat don't hurt. I still can't believe how drunk I ignored before. That's still on the fuck table. I need to set a time for that. But you're right. Fuck. You still got that credit until I do it. It's 14 shots. Fuck. That's still on the table. Son of a bitch. Man. I'm gonna have to figure out a time for that. 14 shots only. Yeah, it's been too long. It's done expired. That was like 2021. Nah, well, you know what? Even more of a reason to do it because then, what? Man, oh my god, don't tempt me. Here, I'm gonna release the little brother, but I'll be right back. But don't tempt me, man, because with that fucking, with that shit that you just put right there, I'm just telling you what, that shit. It's just urgent for a 20 shot, a 20, Jesus Christ, a 20 shot situation. And I feel like that's just going to be a goddamn nightmare and a half. We'll have to parse that through with a time frame situation or something like that. We'll have to we'll have to plan it or something. Maybe not tonight, but we'll have to figure it out. What did you get on my way, dog? Oh my god, you fucking big goofball. You're such a goof. You're such a goof. Oh, goof. Bitch, I could do 20. I could totally do 20. And you'll be puking halfway. Not if you prep yourself. Not if you know how to, like, moderate it. Like, if you got, like, a little, like, routine on, like, have, like, a system down, so to speak, on doing it. I mean, Rip had one. Like, I was actually generally kind of... I actually tricked him into doing, like, 2 or 3 more shots. Like, he was like, alright, I had 11, I'm done. And then, like, he's like, I'm going back, I'll be back. And he came back, so wait, how many did I do? I was like, you only did, like, 8. It's like, oh, I was trying to do 11 or so. It was something like that. I tricked him to doing, like, 2 or 3 more. And, and he did. And he was like, whoa. Once I, like, broke it down to him, I was like, no, I actually, like, made you do, like, 2 more. And he was like, what? Whoa. I didn't even know, man. Whoa. It was pretty amusing. So you have $24 for weed. You can get 7.5 gram pre-rolls or an eighth. 7.5 gram pre-rolls or an eighth. Well, 7.5 grams is more quantity because you can use some of those pre-rolls to just, like, break down on a tray, and then you can just, like, smoke that in your bong. So if you want a few for, like, joint use, you can have, like, a couple of them set aside. But then you can have, like, because, so wait, hold on. Well, how much? Wait, 7.5 grams. Okay, so 2. So it'll be like 1, 2. Wait, it's so no matter what, it's an eighth. What the fuck? Okay, well, wait, hold on. So if both of them are an eighth, half gram pre-rolls are $3 a piece. Well, if that adds up to an eighth, or you can buy an eighth, then really at that point, what the fuck does it matter? Like, it really, at that point, it doesn't, like, it's negligible. Like, I mean, at that point, it doesn't really matter. It's $21 and some change. So if anything, it's slightly cheaper then. I'll just go for the eighth. Just do that.
This golf events.
Anyway, I don't want to make this like a pure stoner stream for now on, just because I know you're in New Mexico with legal weed, but it's like, I mean, still.
22, both in disc golf's pro tour.
Back to the video, by the way.
Women's dodgeball, guys. Oh no. A male athlete who once competed on Canadian men's dodgeball team later competed on Canada's women's team.
Oh no!
God damn it!
Fucking dodgeball, shit, dude. That's a real lady baller. Tell you what.
My life is over.
And notice it says later competed. Does it say that he won the division title or whatever the fuck?
No, I mean there are some cases here. It looks like where someone is trans and they competed and they did win something. Me and my trans sisters are coming.
It's just ridiculous. Like they're acting like they care about the sanctity of Canadian dodgeball.
Canadian dodgeball, dude.
Is very small.
The sanctity must be preserved.
Professionally is very small. The percentage of people who are top level athletes is very small. The amount of top level athletes that are trans is very small. This is fucking not an issue. Like if it becomes like so much more prevalent and it starts to really threaten like the stability of these sports for some fucking dumb ideological or reason or otherwise, then maybe we can fucking actually give a shit about it. But since it's nowhere near doing that, I don't really fucking see it as anything to talk about beyond just like the intellectual exercise of is it fair, is it not? Which I think there's like some legitimately interesting conversations to have there. But
plus, it doesn't give all the examples.
I made a whole video about this if anyone wants to look at it.
It doesn't.
Venom, are you risen up a fucking stoner chick at the fucking dispensary? Are you risen up a fucking stoner chick? Are you throwing down your Riz game? Oh shit.
Give all the examples that don't support the conclusion that this article is trying to make. It doesn't give any examples of trans people competing against people that are not the same biological sex as them, losing. Big.
I mean, we know that there was
not gonna work. Don't know until you shoot your shot, right?
There's a
throw down and strip and money game. I mean, if you really want to get in a good grace to someone, you know, giving a good tip to somebody, you know, definitely is always like, you know, always a good idea. Why do you think I, you know, tip heavy at, you know, the karaoke bar that I go to on Friday and Saturday? Getting good graces. I mean, because straight up, like, I mean, I'll, like, tip about as much as I fucking pay in drinks there. Like, straight up. Like, I usually pay about, like, if it's, like, usually, like, 3 to 4 whiskey cokes I usually grab. You know, it's about my average. It's about, like, you know, 16 to 20 bucks, give or take. And I always tip a 20 or 15, give or take. Depending on, you know, the finances all in all. You know, so it's just like, and, hey, you know, and pretty much I've always been, like, you know, a little low-key kind of celeb at the bar because, you know, not only do I, you know, slay karaoke, and a lot of people, you know, legit enjoy, you know, the karaoke I do there, you know, I'm also in a good graces at the bar. So it's just like, you know, it's like I got a reputation there now, and I try to maintain that. And, you know, and it also just kind of gets me even a little bit more butthurt at that dude who just, like, it's like, your dog tried to attack my dog, bro. Like, that guy, it's like, man, it kind of gets me a little butthurt. So I was like, bro, and especially when he was like, you know, who are you? Like, you know, being like, who's this guy? You know, looking at me, I'm just like, it's like, bitch, excuse me? It's like, I mean, I've been, like, who are you? I don't recognize your ass. It's like, I mean, I don't, like, mind you chilling, but, like, who the fuck are you? Like, you know, coming at me like this. Like, Jesus Christ. I mean, so it was just like, you know, like, definitely like a what the fuck moment. Especially after I've been there for like repetitively for like months on end at that point. Especially at the end of the night. Yeah, it's every now and then, yeah. That tends to be the case. Like, I mean, there's the regulars, and, you know, I kind of know how the, you know, like, vibe is with those people and shit. It goes out to one who wants to karaoke answer tonight. See, that's the thing. Like, a lot of the regulars I know usually are there for karaoke. So either just to listen to it, you know, see what people are singing and stuff like that, and for that, or to partake in themselves. You know, but once it's over, then whoever's there at the end of the night are usually just kind of people that have always just been kind of hanging out there usually a little bit, or like kind of last second people coming in. You know, and by that point, I'm usually gone. You know, because like once I do my last song, I'm having my last drink, close my shit out, and, you know, and heading out, you know, at that point. So it's just like, you know, I have my routine with this. So like, and I know that, you know, Duffy stays open for at least like another hour and a half, give or take, you know, by the time, you know, karaoke's over. So it's like, by that point, I don't know how the fuck the crowd is. You know, like, I mean, they could be chill, they could be weird, and, you know, hell, there's even been times like while karaoke's going on where there's been some weird crowds before and shit. I mean, I've even been there on, like, you know, some days where, like, one of my buddies over there, Brian, would, like, hit me up. It's like, hey, you want to come down for a little bit? I'm like, I got nothing better to do, sure. Why not? You know, I'm not working today or some shit. And, you know, and they'll occasionally be, like, you know, kind of a strange guy sometimes. I mean, I think it's just because, like, you know, with the hub with, you know, like, you know, the bus station being where it is and also, like, the Max station, you know, it's kind of like in, like, a little transit kind of hub area, you know, and also Milwaukee does kind of have every now and then some strange characters. That's for sure. But at the same time, a lot of really cool ones. But yeah, there are some people that are just fucking weird. January time being with walking this weed. Same here. Isn't it awesome?
This male boxer that has won 2 professional boxing matches. And I don't know how strong their opponents were or anything like that. But the fact is that they competed professionally and won 2 matches. And it's like, if there's supposed to be this vast cast, I mean, like, wouldn't that person be at tremendous disadvantage according to this, like, transphobic sports logic? The trans man
Right.
against,
it just further shows how it's a non-fucking issue. And to really reiterate it, you're talking about...
You know, I mean, Milwaukee's a pretty small town, too, and we have, like, over a dozen weed stores. So, like I said, I know how it is, and isn't it awesome?
People, we're a tiny percentage of humanity.
How many
You're
female
talking about
male trans
athletes, which are
I just told you about one, fucking dumbass.
You're talking about trans
I literally was
athletes.
just talking about that.
Yeah, TJ just told you about a female to male trans person that is winning at boxing.
Yeah, so, like... You know.
So, shut up, dumb fuck.
Yeah.
Listen and learn, idiot. That's not up into a frenzy by the media about this non-fucking issue. Listen and learn.
What's a college town? It's like a town that is predominantly built around like a college, you know, and shit. Like, yeah, example would be like Eugene, Oregon, because Eugene has the University of Oregon, and I think it's Corvallis that has Oregon State University. I mean, yeah, like, and at least, you know, there is, like, a chunk of Portland that has, like, Portland State University that's kind of, like, pretty much interwoven into, like, Portland itself. So, I mean, Portland can arguably be kind of considered that to an extent. Plus, it has, like, Portland Community College and, you know, shit like that. But, I mean, it's basically, you know, like, kind of more of a smaller town that, you know, is predominantly more of, like, a college town. Corvallis is much more of a college town than Eugene. Eugene is much bigger. Yeah. Because Corvallis has Oregon State University. At least, I'm pretty sure that's, yeah. That's why I have so much weed. Yeah, exactly.
You might fucking take home something that isn't ignorance for once. You might not look like a fucking doofus in the chat.
I found something here. Trans athlete sparks outrage after toppling women's powerlifting world record. Completely unfair. All right, so that's an example of someone coming in who is trans and winning a... I guess
what did you win?
Powerlifting.
What level and what, like, you know what I mean? Like, is this like a local powerlifting meet, or was this a national, international competition?
I think it's something bigger here. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can't. Oh God,
I can't.
Oh no, actually, I can't hear it. Sorry. I thought I was hearing it.
Oh, no problem. I'll just go in. I'll just stop sharing, and then I'll go and reshare it. Okay, present.
How'd you know about the half a dozen coffee sandwich shops? Yeah, because Venom Rip City's lived in a college town, and also like I mean even I also know what like you know a college town is too. Also. Apparently, a lot of people bike in Portales based. Rip, I think you've just, or Venom, I think you just like, why am I mixing you two together? Jesus Christ. Like, I mean, you kind of, you know, hit a gold mine. Town sounds kind of cool. And hey, I'm probably going to be seeing how that place fucking look. I'm going to, you know, give you the sit rep, dude. I'm going to go down there at some point. Some point this year, we're going down there. Probably, you know, maybe during the springtime. I'm going to hit it up and, you know, get some of the deets and kind of figure some shit out and work that stuff out with his mama and stuff like that and figure out a plan and all that shit. Put a little money on the side for that. Sounds a bit run down. Well, I mean, hey, I mean, it's still got some cool perks. We'll have a little fun. I'll be on, oh shit, Ronnie Cox is from Portales. Ronnie Cox?
Out of women's, Anna Andres lifted 440 pounds more than her opponent.
Yeah, what was the beginning?
April Hutchinson is a
I
competitive
don't know who that is, just a funny name. Huh.
lifter, and she joins me now. We really appreciate this. Thanks very much indeed.
Oh, I didn't mean to.
Yeah, I don't know who that is either.
Sorry, that was not what I was meaning to do.
A transgender woman in Canada just set a new world record for powerlifting. Anna Andres lifted 440 pounds more than her opponent. April Hutchinson is a competitive powerlifter, and she joins me now. How are we going to get biological males who claim to be females out of women's sports?
Oh my god.
Well, I mean, if we knew the answer.
Well, they don't claim to be females in that sense. They claim to be women.
Because they identify as women because they're transgender, which doesn't mean that they like. Oh my god! Yeah, it's just kind of this equating this whole idea of like this weird like notion that like trans people just like disregard the idea that like biology exists, because that's never been argued. I mean, maybe there's like a few people that will argue it out there, but it's like, yeah, there obviously can be some biological differences, sure, but at least when it comes to gender affirming care, especially the earlier that you do that type of care, the less those differences play a fucking role. And if honestly, for a lot of different people, like because of like how there can certainly be like more feminine men or like more masculine women, so to speak, and shit like that. Like, I mean, on average, I mean, people's builds aren't really like that super majorly fundamentally different. There are slight little differences occasionally and shit, just because of like, wider hips in women or whatever the fuck and shit like that. And when it comes to like hip bones and, just little minute little things like that. And sure, maybe for certain things, they might play a significant role to a certain extent. But it's like, at the end of the day, it's like, really, who gives a shit? There are dudes that have white ass hips. So, I mean, like, and some of those dudes play in sports too. So, really, what's the big, like, who cares? Like, I mean, it really shouldn't be a big deal.
It's not the same thing.
Yeah, they're not claiming that they were born women. They're claiming that their gender is female.
So I'm looking at this and I'm seeing a lot of fucking squirrely language in some of these articles. Like some are saying that they only won the Canadian thing. Others are saying that the world record is unofficial for some reason.
That's why I'm asking about it, because these things, every time I've looked into one of these fucking things, it's always a bunch of smoke and mirrors. It's always some small fucking Canadian dodgeball fucking ladies league that had one trans person in it or whatever the fuck, and they're acting like it's some kind of fucking like assault on the sanctity of sports or whatever.
I would just say that even if there is
let's even just grant that, because if you want to make an argument, you have to grant, like, let's say that's true. Should trans people be allowed to compete? If it was proven they had an inherent advantage.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's the thing. Compete? I mean, like, it's like saying tall people. To me, it's no different than saying tall people have an advantage at basketball or something.
They do.
Like,
we know they do.
I mean, it's like,
and yeah, they do. Like, I would certainly have a more of an advantage in basketball and shit because I'm 6'2". But also, there's plenty of people that are way fucking taller than me that would have way more of an advantage in that sport than I would because of that virtue alone. So, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's really, how I feel about it, too. It's like, it really is no different than shit like that. It's like, well, tall people exist, so, it's like they're better at basketball, so, short people shouldn't play. It's like, it's basically, might as well be making that a fucking argument as far as I'm concerned. It's like, I mean, if someone's like, fuck 4'11", but, like, jumps like a goddamn fucking rabbit and can fucking, like, slay down some fucking slam dunks and make, those 3-pointers or some shit, then, I mean, really, who gives a fuck at that point? It's like, I mean, let it be kind of like, a little quirk of their fucking character as a player and shit or something. I don't know. Like, I mean, who cares?
Someone has a better body for a sport than another person. Well, so what? Isn't that the case across all of athletics? I mean, if it turns out that trans women are advantaged in some way in some sports, I really don't give a shit. If they're gonna socially identify as women, like, we have to make a choice one or the other on trans people. They can't fucking exist in some like halfway fucking realm. Either
these people would just say ban them from competing. That's what they would say. They would just say ban them from competing.
So I mean, like, I feel a lot more comfortable with like, hey, there's gonna be a handful of athletes that have an advantage in this sport, which I don't even know if I grant. But assuming that's just assuming that can be really just demonstrated to be true, that like trans women just have a huge advantage over cis women in just like a plethora of different sports. If that's the case, there's so fucking few trans women in general, so fucking few people who rise to the level of professional athletes in general, that the Venn diagram cross section of those two things is fucking negligible. So it really,
I mean, it's like almost like pixelated with like how far, like with how tiny they cross over. It's like literally like, it's like, it's like atomic particle, like, you know, intersection. It's like, I mean, it's very tiny. It's really fucking minute.
just I don't understand why anyone gives a shit, especially since the people who see
Most transfers are closeted chasers. The remnants are true believers. They just aren't secure enough to say they hook up a trans person. Well, this is about like Richard Dawkins fucking bullshit about this. Like, this is kind of how this whole thing started. I don't know when you popped in, you know, with this whole thing, but I mean, that's kind of like, you know, where the whole broader topic, you know, kind of came into play, because like, I mean, you know, it's just like, you know, like a weird fucking astroturf fucking hysteria that is just like, you know, really cultivated in some people's minds, you know, as like somehow a legitimate problem, when it just isn't. It just fucking isn't at all. And it's like, I mean, like, I mean, at that point, it's like, I mean, what the fuck? I mean, it's like, I mean, like, I really kind of feel for, at least for some of these people, that it's like they should fucking ought to know better, but for whatever reason, they just don't. Certain Dawkins is a chaser himself. I don't believe that. A chaser? I mean, someone believe that, Reese? Rumors? Like, wait, it was, what are you talking? Whatever you're talking about is certainly new to me. Huh? This is new to me. Whatever you're talking about is new to me, so I really don't know what the hell you're talking about. Like, what? Just whispers of shit on Reddit. Dude, you can't just drop shit like that and just say that. Like, you gotta elaborate, dude. Like, what? Like, I can't just, like, I mean, I want to take your word, but that just seems like, I mean, if that really is the case, then it just seems like bullshit then. I mean, it's just like, oh, rumors on Reddit. Oh, okay, it's a big whoop. I mean, like, rumors on Reddit, like, whoopee doopy. Like, I don't know. Like, I mean, this seemed like, you know, much of a strong, you know, claim, you know, of evidence right there. Yeah, I had an affair a decade ago with a trans girl. Well, I'm going to have to, I guess, you know, look into that further myself, I suppose, because, well, at least that gives me some information. I mean, I've never heard of this before. Like, I'm being serious. I haven't heard of this before. So this is new to me. So I'm going to have to at least, you know, check it out on my own, I guess, because I've never heard of that. I've literally never heard of this before. Seems interesting, I guess, but I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's new. That's just some new fucking shit that you just dropped on me. So I really don't know how to feel about it at this point. So I guess I'm just gonna have to look into it further. Anyway, whatever.
Giving so much of a shit are people that I don't think give a shit about women's sports in almost every other context.
I think that most of the people that claim to give a shit about this don't give a shit about women's sports, period, and are just using this as a way to attack trans people.
I mean, yeah.
Blowing it up in a fucking way to make it seem like there's just this army of fake trans people that are entering women's sports so they can beat up on women and take all the wins. And
like trans trenders or some shit.
Yeah. And
remember when that was kind of like, you know, a big thing that, like, you know, some people say? Like, I know Blair Wright was especially, like, really huge on, you know, like, you know, fucking pushing out weird bullshit where it's like, oh, yeah, we'll get, like, some trans trenders. And, like, people like me, you know, who are, like, real trans. You know, people like me and, like, Caitlyn Jenner. Conveniently, like, only right-wing fucks. But, you know, anyway, that's besides the point. Like, I mean, you would get, like, you know, bitches like her just basically doing that type of shit. Like, and, you know, it's, like, it really is just kind of like a like weird fucking thing. It's like the transgender shit. It's like, is that even really a thing that's ever been confirmed to be a thing? Like, because I mean, I think I don't think it ever was, because it never lasted that long. I mean, because I remember it being a thing for a minute, and I even kind of thought like, yeah, it could have been a thing potentially, but it's like, honestly, at the end of the day, I don't even think there was like anything at all like that came out that like, yeah, this person is doing it for the memes or for the trend or something. I just don't think there has been. I mean, there have been like people that have retransitioned, but most of the time when that happens is usually because of like social stigma or like lack of an ability to fund the healthcare and when it comes to their affirmation, to care, because America's for-profit healthcare system sucks dick. So like there are certain variables where it kind of comes into play, but it's not really because like it was for the trend. It was because like of legit actual justifiable factors that might play a role into those type of things. So I mean, it's like like I really don't think there's ever been a time where there's been trans trenders. Like, so I think like that was a meme the right tried to push, but like, but even then, like it was even silly even within their own group because it just never caught on that much. A lot of this other shit has, when it comes to the weird like woke hysteria, but not so much of that. I mean, which I guess good. I guess there is like a certain line in the sand, even if it's very minuscule, but it's still just ridiculous. I mean, it all is just just fundamentally ridiculous. Because, I mean, it's over the fact that, someone dare fucking, challenge their general, conditioned idea about, like, what, the norms are of society are and shit.
Dude, if that was happening, I would fucking listen, I
quick explanation. Okay, fine. What was this?
All right, kids, it is now my job to teach you the theory of evolution.
Oh, boy.
Now, I, for one, think that evolution is a bunch of bull crap, but I've been told I have to teach it anyway. It was thought up by Charles Darwin, and it goes something like this. In the beginning, we were all fish, okay, swimming around in the water. And then one day, a couple of fish had a retard baby, and the retard baby was different, so it got to live. So retard fish goes on to make more retard babies, and then one day, a retard baby fish crawled out of the ocean with its mutant fish hands, and it had butt sex with a squirrel or something and made this retard frog squirrel, and then that had a retard baby, which was a monkey fish frog.
Monkey fish frog.
And then this monkey fish frog had butt sex with that monkey, and that monkey had a mutant retard baby that screwed another monkey, and that made you. So there you go. You're the retarded offspring of 5 monkeys having butt sex with a fish squirrel. Congratulations.
Yeah, true. You know what? I'm not even going to argue against it. Not even going to argue against that shit.
I'm about how we might need to take
Damn, fucking Paul breaking out of the Matrix, as we come back. Oh, shit.
To fix it or something. But you cannot demonstrate in any fucking way that is happening. This narrative of just like some average dude just joining the high jump team and claiming to be a woman and just winning all the gold medals all over the planet has never happened.
You said
there's no example of it happening.
But you know what? Paul.
And there's no example of some there's no example of a person that is fucking biologically, born male or whatever the fuck, just dominating a fucking women's sport at every level. And until you can give me a few of those fucking examples and allow me to judge them on an equal basis against one another and against the past, I don't believe that there's a problem. You cannot demonstrate,
and there never will be,
to me that this is a problem until you show me that.
But I mean, not my mom. Shut up.
This narrative that you're trying to spin is actually happening, and it isn't. It isn't. I defy anybody that disagrees with me on this to find me the statistics of how many women's sports have been toppled at the top echelon by somebody that was born biologically male. I will wait, and you will find none. I will continue waiting, and you will find none.
And there never will be any. You'll trans yourself into my mom and tuck me to bed. Prove it, bitch. Prove it.
I'll return to the Dawkins video here.
of activist has a level of paranoid sensitivity that almost literally
paranoid sensitivity
stops their hearing. You can say, I disagree with you for the point.
Yeah, I just also realized that his camera is like in a weird angle too. Like it's tilted. Dude, notice that? Look. Because, like, this is all straight and horizontal vertical, right? Look at his shelf. It's at an angle, dude. Like, his camera is, like, weirdly tilted. See? Like, look, it's not even. Wow, oh my god. Dude, what? What happened to you? What happened to you, Dawkins? You become, like, a mishmash weird dementia-addled fucking old man yet ramming at the clouds. Boo.
It's your mic. It's your fucking mouth.
Why
is this mic? Yeah,
is the thing that's talking.
Maybe it is.
Following reason.
His name is Richard, after all.
All they actually hear is hate, hate, hate. So instead of putting a counter argument,
you know why they hear that? Because when you blow out of proportion a non-problem that you don't even really care about, that you're just using as a wedge issue to turn people against trans identities, you are perpetuating hate against trans people. Have you ever thought that maybe the reason when you say this shit in public, people respond by calling you hateful is because you're fucking hateful?
No.
Oh, shocker. Definitely not at all, though. I mean, that's like the fucking thing. You would think that, like, he would understand that type of shit, but was he, like, really so used to, like, having to deal with, like, religious fundamentalists, being like, no, to the point where it's like, this one issue where he genuinely is actually wrong, and people are like, well, no, nuh-uh. He's like, well, actually, no, you're also acting like a religion, Like, because, I mean, he really does honestly think that, to an extent. So, it's like, I mean, is he like, in his own boomerfied weird way, just, like, thinks that, like, any weird, like, staunch criticism of, like, his ideas or broader worldview is just, like, considered, like, some religious thinking or some shit? Because that's what it seems like it is.
Can't be.
Which I would be interested to hear. There is all.
Man, I wish that, like, he'd just own up to it, too, instead of fucking trying to maintain this, like, I'm just being a reasonable person. I just wish it would be just, like,
Seriously.
openly, like, yes, I do. I hate them. Like, I can at least respect the honesty.
To censorship. All too often, it goes further, and they boil over in virulent abuse. Transphobe, turf.
Abuse. Virulent abuse. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What?
Oh, well.
Whatever.
I said soldier earlier. I guess I can let it
Transphobe. Okay, so what would somebody that was a transphobe do? I think, and this is crazy, I think they might try and make trans people into a boogeyman by pretending that they're infiltrating sports or the media with some sinister agenda to turn children trans and shit. I'd probably demonize them or something like that if I was a transphobe. So if I was getting called a transphobe a lot, that would probably be why.
He came back.
Yeah, I'm now seeing the little theme on the Sunday Nuggets tonight. Paul be on fucking fire.
You're claiming that trans women have no place at the fucking table when it comes to women's issues.
I just laughed because you played like a second and Paul's like, you motherfucker!
Dude, this...
I mean, like, it's not even like a second in, and Paul's like, no, fuck this shit.
Shit. It really gets my fucking dander up because it's stupid.
Why is this particular?
Because it's just stupid, senseless, baseless hate. If you've ever known a fucking trans person, you know that they struggle mightily to just be able to express who and what they are in this fucking world, and they don't need sad sacks of fucking old mushy peas like this motherfucker right.
A sad sack of mushy peas. I mean, I always give Paul, the ability, even in a fire rant, to just, like, give me a belly laugh, dude.
using his fucking credentials to add gravitas to the argument that there's some army of trans people trying to turn everybody gay or whatever the fuck.
I mean, he's making the same one.
They put up with enough hate from uneducated fucking morons to hear somebody that I know is supremely fucking educated spout this kind of hateful nonsense.
I mean, it's the same as Matt Walsh. He's the same as like.
I mean, really, honestly, yeah. Like, I mean, like this kind of feels like a little bit more of a sophisticated, version of like what Matt Walsh would be fucking spewing on one of his fucking videos.
Also, this issue maybe a little bit different, but I mean, essentially the fucking same. And that's kind of crazy to think. It's like he's really with people on the far right with this. And I mean, just because he has a right-leaning position doesn't mean, hey, Richard Dawkins is irredeemable. It's just everything else that goes along with this. Paul is the goddamn GOAT. Paul on roll. Well, I mean, it's it gets his goat, dude. That's what it brings out the goat.
It brings out the goat because it gets the goat.
You see this really stupid shit.
Because no matter how you feel, like, if you fucking, like, whatever, I can't make you fucking care enough about people to let them be who they are. But to stand in opposition of their right to do it is a different thing to me than having questions about how did it happen and what is
but they would dispute.
And honestly, and that's really what it comes down to for me. Like, because like I said, there are definitely, elements and its aspects about just humanity where I just think, why? Why are we weird like that? And you know what? Like, but I'm not going to stand in opposition of it because it's their right to be that weird. Like, I mean, there are adults that have unironic, adult baby fest shit and stuff like that. It's like, that's fucking weird. But you know what? I ain't going to stand in opposition of it because if that's their thing, that's their thing. Whatever. It's weird, but I don't know. They got their reasons, I guess. So it's, it's just like one example of like things that, obviously can be weird to people, weird people out, or be strange, and you question why someone might be into such things. But at the end of the day, it's like, well, hey, I won't stand in opposition of it because, like, it doesn't harm anyone. Like, I mean, who gives a fuck? Like, I mean, the fact that people have, that weird kink that I mentioned and shit, like, as an example, it doesn't harm me. It doesn't affect me. So why do I give a fuck? I don't, because there's no reason for me to. Unless, someone tries to, like, flaunt that shit in my face and be like, oh, yeah, or whatever. And, but that's never happened, so that's not a problem.
But Paul, they would dispute that. They would say, look, I'm not trying to say people can't be trans. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying they shouldn't force that on other people and force it on children.
Right. And when you say force it how, the answers you get is like, look at how they dominate media now. Every show has a trans person. Every movie has trans jokes in it.
It's like vigilant Christian shit, dude.
Right. It's a trans girl thing. Yeah, I would. Yeah, because I'm like bi/pansexual, so yeah, I'm an equal opportunity offender when it comes to like, sexual relations with people. Like, yeah, like, I mean, I guess I'm all of the above opportunity offender, I guess, realistically, I guess, that right? Yeah. And
it's crazy. It's like, I see the satanic.
I mean, because at the end of the day, if me and that said trans person with the trans girl dick or whatever the fuck, and her and I are vibing, and we like each other and want like go have a little intimacy or some shit. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I don't care. Whatever. Scared trans girl, to be honest. Well, why? What's it I'm scared of? Down as fuck for some boys. Well, that egg of yours is definitely going to be cracked, that's for sure.
And the Illuminati of media forcing my child to be trans.
It's like, there was a fucking triangle on the wall behind fucking, Tom Cruise in this scene. That means that the fucking Illuminati had a hand in making this movie. Absurd bullshit that he would have roundly fucking dismissed as Christian propaganda bullshit just a scant fucking 15 years ago. But here he is proffering it up. He knows this kind of shitty debate tactic that's used. He's using the same shit that religious people do. by poisoning the well before the fucking question even comes up, by insinuating and pushing his premise by any kind of scrutiny, and then giving a litany of fucking woe is me, they call me a transphobe, they call me a TERF, while espousing TERF transphobe ideology. Just the poor me fucking silliness of this just makes me
so mean to me, Paul.
I mean, it's just literally a persecution complex, fucking embodiment, which just, knowing him, I mean, he should be, well versed in, considering Christians love to fucking throw that shit at everybody.
It's such bullshit.
Is the hyper...
Man, how the mighty have fallen.
Sensitivity. A mere invitation to discuss something is enough to set it off. In 2015...
And that's so fucking wrong, too. Trans people, in my experience, are incredibly fucking happy, usually, to talk about their struggles and to tell you, like, hey, this is the types of things that fucking bother me when you say it. And like, this idea that they just, like, immediately clam up if you want to talk to them.
As long as you buy into their...
Even in my experience, like, of anything, one of the biggest, like, learning experiences, for me when it comes to, like, learning about, like, transgenderism and, like, people who are non-binary stuff, it's like, I met one. And, like, and obviously unintentionally, and there, when it came to talking about them, like, at least, for the specific story I'm going to bring up, like, misgender them as she, and, to my buddy, because I was like, they're pretty cool. She's pretty cool. That's what I said. And they were like, oh, well, hey, just to let you know, I'm actually non-binary, by the way. I don't think we ever got to that point, and blah, blah. And I'm like, oh, well, I actually don't know too much about that. Like, I know, kind of basic ideas about, being trans stuff, but, I'm still kind of new to that, and we just had, like, another, like, 45 minutes to, like, an hour-long talk about stuff like that, and it was cordial as fuck. We're all chilling, having a couple laughs, and another drink or two and shit. Like, we're all chilling and shit. It was all good. I mean, and, like, so Paul's totally right on that. Like, I mean, it's like, there's nothing wrong with merely asking a question, especially if, there's something about the broader, thing that you don't totally understand. I mean, because if anything, they'll totally be fine with, answering that. Because if anything, they just, want people to understand why, or if anything, just who they are, just because they want to be accepted like anybody else. I mean, that's the reason why. If there's something that, like, someone doesn't understand, they're more than willing to happy to, talk to about that. Like, at least in my experience, especially, those folks grow up, and that's totally okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, being, educated and informed about that type of stuff. Because, like I said, in my experience, that, if anything, it was a really good, fun, positive learning experience, for me when I, like, learned about that type of stuff. Because, I mean, it helped put more in perspective, like, oh, this is kind of like, what, being non-binary is like, what it's about. And, like, what, some more of the nuances about being trans and shit like that. And I was like, oh, some more stuff kind of clicked at that point. Like, cause I was already, on the pathway of being more accepting of, like, trans folk and stuff like that. Cause, I was still at around the time where I was still kind of learning about these things, to an extent, cause I didn't know what the fuck it really was yet. So, I mean, it really did become like a really, fun learning experience in a lot of ways, to, have an opportunity to talk to someone, for a good extensive amount of time about that and legit be pretty cordial. Sneak by a room to go to cave. Well, tell her I said hi. And I'll hit her up sometime tomorrow, by the way. Or I guess technically just sometime later today, I suppose. But, tell her I hit her up soon.
Insane ideology. You can placate them.
Don't you mean as long as you sit and listen to them like they're a human being with, like, feelings and experiences just like you?
I have every right to disagree with them, Paul.
And you don't immediately argue with their right to fucking exist and their right to express themselves?
In your experience, you can represent every trans person on the planet. No, you don't. They're trying to force me to silence, Paul. They're trying to silence me. And you know they are.
The white chapter president of NAACP.
I mean, is it 20, like, honestly, is it 2012 again?
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like Dolezal, dude. You're still digging up the Sargon of Akkad fucking boogeyman Rachel Dolezal in fucking 2024, my guy. Do you think that maybe the only example of this fucking apparent epidemic that you could find happened fucking like almost 15 fucking years ago, and there hasn't been one since? Might say that it's not a real problem. I don't know. What would the data say on a sociological fucking scientific study of that, Richard? I bet you'd know.
Some men choose to identify as women, and some women choose to identify as men. You will be vilified if you deny that they literally are what they identify as.
No, you're vilified if you like. They're not denying what. You know what I mean?
Oh my god, man! The absurdity that Dawkins is saying.
They're not denying biology.
And no one ever does outside of like Christian freaks and religious fundamentalists anyway. So it's like, how in the fuck? Oh my god.
Be reminded constantly by people like you that they were born with a penis or a vagina or breasts. They know. Turns out they grew up with it. They washed it and soaked it their whole fucking lives. They know it's out there. They know they got a tallywhacker, dude. They don't need Richard Dawkins to go like, you identify as a woman, but what say you about the penis dangling between your legs then? Like, what is that? What is that?
They have every right to identify and have whatever gender they want, right? Does he not have any right?
Oh my god. Oh my god, again, you know, even in the fiery fucking rant, dude. I mean, Paul knows how to give me a belly laugh, dude. That's why I love him.
By whatever gender he wants to assign to them.
Right.
Fucking A.
No, you don't get to assign. That would mean that I get to assign a new name to you.
Go ahead.
You're no longer Scotty. Your name is Petunia. How do you like that?
I'm Petunia. Nice to meet you.
What's up, Petunia?
You like it?
I love it, dude. I fucking love it.
Oh, shit. Well, shit. Hoisted by his own petard, Paul. Damn.
Preach, Paul. Preach. Brother Paul, preach, Paul.
Amen, brother Paul. Hallelujah.
What a sad old man. I remember Richard Dawkins was like cool and taking on bullshit. And to see him become part of something that's adding to the bullshit in the world, it's just horrible ideology, a horrible thought, and act like he's assailing and defend like this basically this poison, and
it just goes to show you
and try to use free speech like, I have the right to say it. It's like, yeah, Richard, you have the right to say it.
Yeah, I hate when people have to fall behind that. I have the right to say this bullshit. It's like,
I mean, yeah, because it doesn't give you the fucking like, you know, firewall of like freedom of consequence and shit. Like, and also, people have the right to free speech to fucking fuck on your ass for being a dumbass. You know, it's just like, I mean, so it literally is such a fucking pussy ass, like, coward cop out bullshit when people do it.
One's denying your.
And also, it really just, like, makes it such more of a sting for me, especially when it comes from such a decrepit old fuck now. Like, ugh.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't think you should shut you out.
Nobody showed up at your house to slap some tape over your mouth before you could make this fucking video, Richard. Nobody's stopping you. You know what the funny thing that I find about this shit is, oh, god damn it, I had it in my fucking mind, and then I fucking got off. God damn it.
The Paul's so fucking heated, he just, like, his brain don't even know where to go with it.
Maybe I'll think of it.
Yes, man.
I was the American Humanist Association to withdraw my title as 1996 Humanist of the Year.
Yeah, well, maybe because you're not really espousing humanist fucking positions, you fuck.
25-year retrospective swipe, which cost them the loss of several major donors. Once again,
big whoop, Crimey River.
No doubt they
so you're just salty. You're just salty that they took some award that only you fucking care about away from you because you're a transphobe now. Boo-hoo! Freedom of speech, not freedom of consequence. You turn into a fucking total dirtbag, douchebag, piece of shit.
Not only that, but like it's their right and their free speech to fucking take it from you.
Yeah, it wasn't your award by birthright. It was your award because they thought that you were a good fucking voice for science.
Well, he is an Englishman after all. I mean, they do have this weird fucking, you know, monarch-esque fucking weird conditioning and shit, so when it comes to titles and shit, they do think it's kind of partially birthright.
At that point. But now that you're spouting off this obviously anti-scientific...
Man, I thought he used to be one of the good ones.
Drivel and nonsense.
I mean, look, They're a humanist organization. You're saying something that's anti-humanist. Like, what do you fucking expect?
No shit.
What you're doing is you're telling people to ignore the cavernous fucking research behind human psychology as a science in favor of just pointing at somebody's tallywhacker and going, boy, you're fucking retarded, dude. How do I happen?
Boy!
Because he is a boy, Paul. You've just woken up, Paul. You've awoken to a nightmare of trans tyranny.
On July the 26th, I interviewed Helen Johnson.
And they're making all the kids gay!
Her book, Trans. The interview is being very well received.
Wow, what an amazing title for a book. Trans.
As it should be, for Joyce is extremely well informed in her subject, and she spoke cogently, soberly, reasonably.
Yeah, bullshit. I don't believe it.
Here's a turf that I find
that wrote a book called Trans. Yes. What an articulate fella this lass is. Yes.
That will back up my explanations for things. You fucking vapid fucking transphobic shit. Get over it, dude.
Translucent, man.
Get over it, bro.
YouTube's in-house judges heard only hate and tried to censor the interview.
You know what? Scientific studies have shown that men excel in STEM usually more than women do. So the next time that there's a fucking professor at your college that rises to the same level as you and it happens to be a woman, I bet you're going to have a problem with that. Outside of gender roles. What's a woman doing over here?
Oh, well, that's not going to happen because they don't happen to be trans. That's pretty much like the main caveat. Like, if anything, he'll probably, like, stuff, but it's like, oh, yes, this woman is, circumvented the odds. This cis woman, yes.
No, you won't.
You won't give a fuck.
Short of an outright ban, YouTube has a variety of punishments at its disposal.
Oh, yeah.
In this case, we've got a minus.
What, man, you Ponzi coin? If you keep your fucking...
Wait a minute. Holy shit. This is his censorship? He got the yellow dollar sign? Well, in that case...
Oh, wow. So, he got, like a yellow, partially monetized fucking thing. You're like, oh, wow, big fuck whoop. Like, I mean, man, YouTube, like, falsely strikes my ass for shit. Fucking, like, I mean, like, I'm not even monetized. Like, I mean, fuck. I'm, like, beyond fucking, censored when it comes to that shit. Yeah, stream crash. Wait, did it? Wait, are we still going now? At this point, it seems like we're back. Wait, oh my god. Well, speaking of fucking, censorship. The censorship. Censorship. Oh, okay, well, I guess we're back now. Yeah, no, we're back now. Well, yeah, I was basically, I guess what you missed was, like, Richard Dawkins, conveniently enough, was bitching about, like, the censorship of free speech because I got like a yellow monetization, thing or whatever the fuck, on, wow, really, it like over the fact that like he basically got like partially monetized for videos and shit like that instead of like fucking getting the whole demonetized or deplatform type of shit. And considering that, like, censorship and free speech. And it's like, bitch. Like, I mean, if that's the case, then what the, like, I mean, holy fuck. I mean, at that point, it's like, I mean, there's, like, nothing but utter fucking suppression and deplatforming left and right going on all the fucking time. So it's like, what the fuck do you even mean then, Dawkins? Like, you fucking utter inch weirdo goober. Could have been, alright, you're not my fucking mom. Boo.
Paul, preach. Brother Paul, preach.
And just consequence. You turn into a fucking total dirtbag, douchebag, piece of shit.
Not only that, but like it's their right and their free speech to fucking take it from you.
Yeah, it wasn't your award by birthright. It was your award because they thought that you were a good fucking voice for science and shit at that point. But now that you're spouting off this obviously anti-scientific drivel and nonsense,
I mean, look, they're a humanist organization. You're saying something that's anti-humanist. Like, what do you fucking expect? It's like
what you're doing is you're telling people to ignore the cavernous fucking research behind human psychology as a science in favor of just pointing at somebody's tallywhacker and going, "Boy, fucking retarded, dude." How did that happen?
Because he is a boy, Paul. He's delusional. You've just woken up, Paul. You've awoken to a nightmare of trans tyranny.
On July the 26th, I interviewed Helen Joyce about her book, Trans. The interview is being very well received on YouTube, as it should be, for Joyce is extremely well informed in her subject, and she spoke cogently, soberly, reasonably.
I hate that they call me a TERF. So here's a TERF that I found that will back up my explanations for things. You fucking vapid fucking see-through piece of fucking transphobic shit. Get over it, dude.
Man.
Get over it, bro.
That's all these motherfuckers need to do is just get the fuck over it.
And try to censor the interview.
You know what? Scientific studies have shown that men excel in STEM usually more than women do. So the next time that there's a fucking professor at your college that rises to the same level as you and it happens to be a woman, I bet you're going to have a problem with that. Outside of gender roles. What's a woman doing over here, right? No, you won't.
How dare they make, the same accomplishments as me. But no, they're actually very strong because they are a cis woman, indeed, yes. And they are, the most magnificent, strong ability to stride against all that, is trans, coming into interfere with the, integrity of the STEM research for, as much as everything else in society. Fucking bitch.
Short of an outright ban, YouTube has a variety of punishments at its disposal.
Oh, yeah.
In this case, we've got a minus.
Ban you, Ponzi coin, if you keep your fucking...
Wait a minute. Holy shit. Holy shit. This is his censorship? He got the yellow $sign? Well, in that case, we're the most censored motherfuckers in history.
I mean, same with me. It's why I look at these stupid fucks and I'm like, cry me a fucking river. Like, you piece of shit are always like especially when it comes to this bigoted, transphobic, hateful fucking right-wing garbage and shit that I was always spewed on, whether it's on Twitter or on YouTube and anything else. It's like, it's like the one time they get fucking slap on the wrist. It's like they want to cry censorship. It's like, bitch. It's like, cry me a fucking river with that shit. It's like, get the fuck over it, motherfucker.
I bravely face censorship.
You've heard the promo.
I get falsely censored and shit because YouTube's stupid sometimes. So, again, cry me a fucking river.
On your ass, why am I demonetized?
Dude, you know what? Fucking, the whole reason that we have a separate Onion Nuggets channel, by the way, it's linked down there, go subscribe to it, but the whole reason we have a separate Onion Nuggets channel instead of just posting clips on this fucking channel that already has most of our fucking subscribers at it, the whole reason we had to do that is because nothing on this fucking channel gets monetized. Nothing! And you're fucking sitting here crying like a little bitch because one fucking thing you did,
it was unfair.
Lost the fucking green check.
And they said
the green $sign, and you're just like, oh shit, I'm being censored, y'all.
Oh god, it's the end of the world for me. Oh no.
Yeah, and I still actually earn YouTube premium revenue on it, but it still sucks. I still have sponsors and stuff too, so I still earn the sponsorship money.
Just the tiniest little violin for them, dude. Tiniest little violin.
Dude, it's one fucking yellow $sign, and you're gonna cry like this and make a whole fucking ass spectacle talking about censorship.
And let's be honest,
we're not free to speak the
Richard
truth.
Dawkins is not hurting for money.
There's
no fucking way.
Speak the grand truth, sucker.
Dude, unless
man, it's like I legit get unironically more censored than fucking Richard Dawkins ever has. for speaking way more closer to the fucking truth about things, than this motherfucker. And even I don't even, like think, speaking, complete fucking, truth about everything. Because, sometimes I get shit wrong. A lot of stuff I like, talk about is like speculative, in nature sometimes. So it's just like, I mean, even I don't fucking, claim that, but goddamn, I mean, at least more closer than that, than this sad fucking old decrepit bastard.
It's like a secret gambling habit or something. It's like a secret, like a boogie, and he's blowing all his money. This check mark doesn't really matter that much to him.
I hope Richard Dawkins
it probably doesn't
survive. It's brutal.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. It's gonna be real hard.
Censorship of having a single
be partially monetized for a video. Oh no!
Limited advertising $sign.
Let's see.
Our videos licensed.
I'll go look up his channel and see how much Social Blade thinks he earns. Obviously, that's a pretty broad thing.
I mean,
but
his channel is not very popular. It doesn't get a whole shit ton of views or anything.
Why would he even care
it's
about
like a little
as far as the money to begin with? Then
I don't know. I don't really think he would, honestly.
I mean, it's like a decent little following.
The real point is,
I mean, shit. I mean, prior to his turf arc, I mean, I'd watch some of his videos from time to time.
The ludicrous hypersensitivity of the complainant.
The hypersensitivity. You're one to talk, Dawkins. Like, you better shut the fuck up about that.
Aren't you the one that's portraying hypersensitivity here by blowing everything completely and utterly out of proportion and whining about being demonetized? Like, aren't you the one that's hypersensitive? Do you not see that?
I mean, it's just like fucking projection with these people. Like, it's just like it's become like nothing but fucking sheer projection like half the time with these sad fucking fucks. I mean, it just is. It's like, man... Especially coming out of this guy. It's like, what the fuck?
A trans person competing in
disappointed!
Low division sport somewhere and you lose your fucking mind? Isn't that a sign of hypersensitivity?
Especially if it's like, Canadian dodgeball or like disc golf or some shit. I mean, it's like, oh no, the fucking depravity.
Get the fuck out of here, dude.
He's defending biological reality.
Such a crybaby. Such a fucking, like, let me attack you, but don't fucking do anything back! Because if you do, you're being mean! It's like, go fuck yourself, Grandpa. You want to play in the fucking marketplace of ideas and proffer this bullshit, people are going to call you names.
Yeah. Can't take the heat, don't play in the kitchen, bitch.
Don't like it? Change your fucking mind. Elucidate yourself on the history of the transgender movement. Elucidate yourself on the reams of psychological studies that have been done on transgenderism.
Argument deserved.
I mean, it goes pretty far back, too. I mean, for a long circle point, too. I mean, there's even, like, a sex and gender research, school and, like, study area, like, in... I think it was like Frankfurt or like in Munich or some shit in Germany during like the 20s and the 30s and shit. Like, I mean, and of course the fucking Nazis like destroyed it and pretty much like a lot of the fucking research that was done there, including, gender affirming care and stuff like that as well when it came to transgender people too at the time. So it's like, I forgot exactly the name of the fucking place and shit, but it's like there's kind of like a lot of really kind of cool, interesting history for what is still available and what was covered and shit, of the place. Because I mean, Nazis did try to go out of the way to try to destroy any records of the fucking place, but there's obviously like enough out there to know what it was, and there's at least still plenty of records that are still available. What was there. So, but it's really cool. It's kind of an interesting little element, especially when it comes to like the history of like research and the study of when it comes to transgenderism broadly too.
Hateful and derogatory content and hate or harassment towards individuals or groups.
Harassment.
Obviously, I can't disprove that here. The interview runs to more than 10,000 words, but judge for yourself. It's still up on YouTube. I earnestly challenge readers to search diligently for literally anything that a reasonable speaker of the English language could fairly call hateful.
Well, guess what? You're the hateful fuck, and those who are being trans aren't.
Great.
They're just wanting to fucking exist and just like be accepted like anybody else.
Challenge in the comments section.
Yeah, guess what? I, a lefty who is for the abolition of capital and all forms of trade, a complete replacement of the commodity form of economics. I, a super woke lefty who thinks that everybody should be forced to be trans, all right? I got banned for the same fucking thing. I got banned for the same thing. They banned me for hate speech. So,
oh my god, dude!
You're claiming it's because of your ideology that you got banned, but it seems they just don't like speech, Richard. Do you think that might be the case?
Yeah, probably. I mean, they don't like the fact that I even fucking react to a Bill Maher video and shit. I had to, like, fucking, like, let him know, be like, hey, I don't endorse what the fuck I'm reacting to. I'm challenging it, you dumbass. Like, and luckily they obliged, Jesus Christ, and fucking were like, well, I'm mistake, which thank fuck, but still, it's like, it's like, I'm always like, fucking like, having to like, kind of teeter on the edge to myself, or else I would go the way of the ideology, and I really especially don't want that, especially considering that, like, the main thing that I would like to, keep up for the YouTube sphere would be a lot of the videos I upload from the shows I go to. Like, that's the only real thing that I would want to keep up and available. Like, streams, I mean, they're a little secondary at this point, because I know these platforms suck massive ass. So it's like, and when push comes to shove, I can just make another fucking count.
I mean, there's a video on his channel that literally, I'm just looking at, it's called The Poetry of Reality of Richard Dawkins. Does woke count as religion? And he's like quoting like Peterson and shit.
I responded to that one, dude.
Oh, did you?
I made a video response to it like a few months back or whatever.
That's what
it's horrible. It's a horrible video. It's worse than it.
It's just utter garbage.
This one.
Yeah, we gotta cover that one. That
tribally shit of like, look at how I've been victimized for simply wanting to point at every trans person and tell them that they do indeed have a penis. Penis!
And how the woke ideology is nothing more than merely a religion.
When did you become the arbiter of who has a penis, and when did it become okay for you to run around talking about everybody's penis and vagina?
Simply speaking the truth.
Which, if anything, kind of speaks more to those fucking weirdos, because, like, why are they so obsessed about that shit? Like, I don't even think trans people think about that type of shit more than these weirdos. Like, seriously.
Like, would you like it if every day when you went into fucking Oxford or whatever to sit and study genealogical charts of fucking bonobo monkeys or whatever you do, that somebody like walked by you in the hall and said, "Still got the penis there, Richard? Oh yes, I see. You know, a good squeeze to make sure. Yep, you are a male, Richard."
I promised to respond. I said,
a
reasonable speaker of the English
Richard
language.
is still there. Good, Richard. Yes, what?
And maybe here lies the key. Language. If we want a fruitful argument, we'd better speak the same language. In today's overheated sparring over sex and gender,
Just what? We almost speak the good God's British King's English, or what I say?
Penis, I see. Why, yes, I do. Thank you for noticing. And might I say, allow me to heft it. Yes, you still have a penis as well. Yes, my biological gender is male. And so is mine, sir.
may appear to be speaking English.
I love it.
Is it the same English? Does hate
fucking pause it, bro?
into you what hate means to everyone else? Or there's violence.
Oh my god. Yeah, it sure does.
Whatever.
Anyway,
so wow. Man, when did he even, like, he also got, like, really exceptionally boring as fuck, too. Oh, my God. What happened to him, man? I mean, look at him, too. Oh, my God. He just looks, he looks like a Fallout Ghoul, dude. Like, what happened? Oh, my God. Holy shit, wow. What, like, just, like, that's really going to be kind of like, the, new scientific conundrum now that scientists will have to study is like, what happened to Dawkins? Like, I mean, when did he become like a Fallout Ghoul? When did he become such a turf piece of shit? Man, what a fuck. What a fuck. Now, stream, is going to be a fuck or not? It is not good. Diaz man, dude. Fucking Dawkins. Man, like what he really has become like a major fucking cryboy, and I really do legit think, you know, like a part of it is that he thinks that like any staunch criticism to anything that he espouses or believes is like somehow like, you know, some sort of like a religious like backed thinking, you know, behind it or something. Like, I mean, because I mean, considering the whole like culture war hysteria, astroturfing bullshit of like, you know, wokeism and all this other shit, and woke ideology and all this, like, it just kind of fits in like a glove for him, basically. So he just like, you know, plays a part of the fucking role. It's like, man, it really is just like even more exceptionally disappointing fucking sting, considering it is him. Okay, when it comes to Dawkins, it's like, what the fuck? Mom's so good to bed. Well, your mama ain't my mama, and you're not my mama. My mama's my mama, and I'll be your fucking mama. But anyway, had a fun little long one, a good fun one, nice. But I'm gonna make myself some food, all that fun shit, to get some Z's. So anyway, peace out, and of course, I'll see y'all then.